Good morning.
Good morning. Are you ready?
So I just want to make a few announcements before we get started. Based on the feedback we received yesterday, we're not flying any drone in this room today. So thank you for your feedback. Thank you for your feedback. And there will be English caption and Thai language live streams available. The caption will be available in all 3 rooms tomorrow. And just like yesterday, the caption will also be available on the YouTube. And Thai language live streams can be found on our website. If you're experiencing caching issue, please delete the data from the web storage data from your phone. There will be a tweet about how to do it, and then we will embed that onto our PWA page. And lost and found are at help desk. Snacks will start at 10 a.m. in the hall 2. Today, our lunch will be at 11 a.m. and it will be a buffet style. And no meal card is required today because we have a lot of food. Please eat as much as you want. And it will be warm, hopefully. So that's all from me.
Okay, so are you ready for day 2? Wow, that's the spirit. So we're going to start with a keynote session with Matt Mullenweg, the founder of WordPress. So without further ado, let me invite Nirav to moderate the session. Nirav, please come on stage. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Good morning. Good morning, Asia. And hello, world. So, I know a lot of you are watching it live. Please feel that you're right here. And everybody, I'm only kind of feeling the energy from yesterday. It's overflowing. I've been to many WordCamps. And yesterday was like none before. Okay? So, give it up. The organizers, the volunteers, the sponsors, speakers, and most importantly, you made it special for all of us. Okay? And I know we are all waiting for Matt, but we have a very special person with us today. And she is the executive director of the WordPress project. Her work involves coordinating and guiding over 25 teams and thousands of volunteers. With Automatic, she leads the entire open source practice. But really, from my perspective, she is an outstanding leader and a heroic contributor. Please put your hands together and welcome Josefa Hoden-Chomsky.
Sabaidi, WordCamp Asia. Oh, excellent.
Right.
Look at this wonderful crowd out here.
Yeah, and I'm used to be standing when I speak. Feels a little different sitting down, but I hope you guys are full of energy. Are you? Okay.
I don't know that I believed them, Nirav. Are you all high energy?
All right. Okay, good. So, it was 2014 when I met Matt for the first time in person.
Wow.
And we were at WordCamp San Francisco and taking selfies with him. And it was like a fan moment for me.
Yes.
WordCamps are like wonderlands for me. You have so many of your heroes here, people that you've seen online, people that you've learned from, and you've only seen them online. And you come to a WordCamp, and you can take selfies with them, you can shake hands with them. That's the opportunity you don't get anywhere else.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're going to miss that today because Matt is not here.
Yeah.
But I think, you know what? Matt is probably missing us more.
Oh, yeah. I'll say yes on his behalf.
Because I know, he rooted for WordCamp Asia.
Yes.
And he's been behind this to make this happen. And unfortunately, he's not here. So I know that while we miss him, when we bring him on, can we welcome him such that he feels that he's here? Yeah, that he's not sitting somewhere else, but he's with us. Can we please do that? Yeah. So let's welcome Matt. Can we have Matt in, please? Yes. Welcome, Matt.
Fixing this, I'm going to tell you all something that you should do right now. So on the internet, on the old web, there is actually a photo of Matt and me the first time that I met him. The most embarrassing thing I've ever said to a famous person ever is I walked right up to him and I was like, oh, we have the same haircut. So if you all want to find that while we are reconnecting Matt, you can find it right there on your favorite search engine, probably. Matt Mullenweg and Josefa. All right.
So,
While they're figuring that out.
So, maybe.
Yeah. You want to ask a question of
Yeah.
me?
Okay. So I think, because we have her here, and so let me explain the logistics first, I think, while we figure this out. Right, so we have 2 microphones set up already. We have one on the left, one on the right. And we're going to have live questions. This is your opportunity to ask questions directly and get answers from Matt or Josefa. Now, we also have a few pre-submitted questions, people who already have given their questions earlier. So what I'm trying to do is balance the live and the pre-submitted questions, so we have maximum questions that we can get through. But you guys probably can just start lining up now.
Yeah.
So start lining up at these mics. We have one here, one here. So if you want to ask a question, please start lining up. The way we will do this is come to the mic, and when it's your chance.
1, 2, 3. Testing, testing.
Oh, yay.
Yay!
I don't think I've ever been more scared of anything in my life. Great. Wonderful. Whew. So yes, there. If you cannot walk down these stairs, flag down one of our runners. Where are our runners? And they have a wireless microphone for you.
Yes. So when you're at the mic, say your name, where you're from, and what is your involvement in the project. And then go ahead and ask your question. Try to make it a question, and try to be crisp. Yeah.
Can y'all see and hear me now?
Yes. Yay!
Well, let me repeat what I said earlier, which was I am so excited, even to be here virtually with y'all, because to have a new continental scale WordCamp happening in Asia is amazing. And it's been a dream of mine and so many others for many, many years. So thank you all for making it happen. Really appreciate that. And if you want to take a selfie with me, now is the perfect time. Hi.
Yes, it's going to be an ussy though, because we are also here.
We'll all be in it. So
That's true. That's what
but
counts. I guess on that.
I can't wait to attend in person next year, and would love to see you all at future WordCamp. So I'm very, very sorry I couldn't make this one. Heartbreaking to me, but thank you so much for the whole team for setting up this virtual way that we can still connect via video.
Thanks to those
All right,
organizers
thank you.
over there.
So just resuming what I was saying, one question will be alternating between pre-submitted and live questions. If you're in the line and if your question is already answered, feel free to step away. But before doing that, if you want to say hello to Matt, you're welcome to do that. Yeah. We may have to moderate or intervene at times, just in the interest of time. All questions are important, but we need to make sure that we can get maximum questions answered. Is that fair? Yeah? Okay. All right, so good to go?
Good to go.
All right, so let's start on this side. Please introduce yourself and ask a question.
Hello.
First question.
Yeah, I'm first question on all 3 continents. So, I'm Milana Cap from Serbia and from documentation team. And I have a question on behalf of documentation team, but also all make teams. We have a foundation that is helping and supporting WordCamps, and that's wonderful. Thank you very much. But my question is, could we have something like that for make teams? Now, volunteering and contribution and open source, it's all beautiful, and we don't have, we cannot afford that kind of romantic thinking because we are too big. It's not sustainable. So I understand that logistic of, you know, supporting all volunteers all over the world is a nightmare and maybe not possible. I don't have answers. I have only questions. But if we could have something that would help teams, you know, sponsor something, I don't know, per project or something like that. And every team, besides what they are doing for WordPress, they also have a lot of other things that they are doing. So documentation team is not just writing documentation. We have so many things around it that we are working on, and we are paying tools by our own money. I'm paying a tool by my sponsored money from XWP. And if we could have some kind of support for those kind of things, that logistic that we are doing to be able to do what we do for WordPress, that would be so helpful. So if that's possible, I would like to see that while I'm still on inside the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. There were a few layers there, so I'll try to work through them. On tools you're using, I'm curious what tool that you're having to pay for, and that there wasn't an open source alternative. So what is that?
Yep. That is a tool that I build onboarding form for documentation team to help people, you know, find a way and discover all the roles they can do in documentation team. And that involves conditions. So based on what you answer, I create condition to give you the list of the roles that you can work with. So there is no free tool for that. And I don't have enough time to build it myself. So, you know, we have to balance time and what we can do. So there are tools that can simulate something like that, but the logistic is not completed, so I had to pay for it.
Actually, you paid for a WordPress plugin, or was it like a third-party
No.
SaaS?
It's a third-party service.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, a few things there. One, like part of what we want to do on WordPress.org and with the meta team is try to use our development efforts to try to create open source versions of everything you need to build a community like WordPress's. So hopefully someday, like I think it's great. Let's be pragmatic. So And thank you, I guess, XWP for paying for that tool that you used. If anyone else needs any tools, we don't mind paying for software if we need to. We're always looking for an open source first if we can. And many companies are very happy to donate their services to us, such as Slack does currently for our .org Slack. But if there's ever something you need, please don't hesitate to get in touch with the sort of meta team if you need a tool sponsored for getting something done. On the broader issue of being sponsored or not, I will say that the foundation side of WordPress, as you know, has had no employees ever since it started. So no one gets paid by the foundation. We do grants and scholarships and sponsorships and things like that. But it's not really set up to be an employment entity. WordPress has always tried to be a place where people can come together, regardless of who employs them or how they get paid or whether they want to get paid or not, and work together on something. I realize that this isn't for everyone, and that a number of folks, as part of their Five for the Future contribution, companies sponsor people. Automatic has over 100 people that we sponsor full time that just contribute to various elements of WordPress. And you sounds like work for XWP, a number of other companies. Yoast is a big one that sponsors a ton of great people. But I would strongly disagree with you that people need to be sponsored or that sponsored work is better. I think that open source is the idea of coming together around a cause. It's not about being paid for the work. It doesn't mean the work isn't valuable. In fact, it's, as we say, both free and priceless at the same time. But yeah, I don't see that changing for the foreseeable future, that the foundation will ever have any employees. It's really just meant to be intellectual property holding, doing things like events and places to facilitate places where we need an entity, but not an employment entity now or in the future.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I didn't say that sponsored work is better, just to make sure. I didn't say that, and I don't think that. I'm just think it's more sustainable when we have something, a project to do like this redesign that has been done. It's marvelous, but it took a lot of time, and sometimes we need things to be done faster. So, maybe having some kind of support would do it faster. That's all I'm saying.
So you then identified another issue, which is in many areas we are moving, I think, a lot slower than we should. I would love to say that paying people would necessarily help them go faster, but I have lots of experience in working inside Automatic with projects that went too slow, even though everyone was paid. So I think there's something else there that we need to identify and get a lot better at around how we are. If I had to guess, I would say that too often we are doing particularly design by committee and trying to develop a consensus and everything. And it would probably be better if we just chose a single person to be a decision maker and said, even if we don't all agree with it, let's just start with that person's decisions and use that to move things through faster. And then we can always iterate from there. But right now we're taking a very long time to get the version 1 out. And I think that's not conducive for creating great products or experiences or anything. I wrote an essay on this on my blog. So ma.tt, if you look for, I think it was called 1.0 is the loneliest number. I talk a lot about sort of the idea of design by committee, consensus, and creating great user experiences. If I'm super honest, right now I'm pretty embarrassed by a lot of what's going on WordPress.org, the website right now. I think the information architecture, the design, the menu system, everything is not up to the standard of what WordPress itself provides, which is world-class software. So inside the core software, I think that we're doing pretty decent, and in many places, fantastic job of many things. but we haven't yet been able to translate that to the projects surrounding it, including WordPress.org itself. So it's very, very much on my mind and something I've been talking to Josefa a lot and thinking about. And you just heard my best theory that perhaps we need more, sometimes we call them DRIs, or directly responsible individuals. Maybe try that approach a little bit more than necessarily the consensus, which we've been attempting now for several years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So at this time, as I was hearing the answers and questions, something else popped up. And, Subhashis Chatterjee from the community had a very interesting question. And I could relate to that as a parent of 2 school-going daughters. And he said, is there any way that we can start WordPress, education, using WordPress, teaching people to code with WordPress, and at school level? That was quite interesting. And as I think of it, if you imagine the impact this could have over the long-term future, it's just amazing. So, any thoughts on that? How do we get kids start contributing early, get to use WordPress early?
Josefa, if you're up for it, I'd love for you to take this one because I think you're more familiar with how the progress we're doing all over the world there.
So I'm just going to double check. We're asking how to get WordPress taught in schools,
yes,
and how to get WordPress very young. Okay. So first things first, my favorite question. This is a thing that I worked on before I even was sponsored to work on WordPress by Automatic. I want WordPress as software and as a way to collaborate with one another, to be in schools. I think it's something that we have to be able to teach people. WordPress can teach you how to use all of your 21st century skills well, but also it is able, if you're contributing, you're able to learn how to work across cultures, you're able to work across global boundaries, as all of you are aware. I've worked with some of you for like 5 or 6 years, and I've never been in the same room with you before today. And I think that's fascinating. So I'm a strong advocate for it. And in my current experience of trying to get open source or WordPress into school systems, it moves too fast for them to be able to build curriculum. And if it's not moving quickly, then they are worried about this concept of open source. It's kind of like a power to the people sort of thing, and schools find that moderately alarming. So that's why we have not succeeded, I think, at getting that done yet. But around the question of like how to get it to young users early, we are working on getting Kids Camp started back up. If anyone is familiar with that, it's students who are 13 and younger. They get to go to a whole day of sessions alongside a regular WordCamp, and they get to learn basics of WordPress, basics of basically project management, and for some of them, like the start of their entrepreneurial spirit is there. But then also, I've been having a lot of conversations with our attendees this weekend about how to do that also for like basically teenagers, because teenagers don't want to do anything that their parents want them to learn. And so we got to figure out a way to help them get that experience as well. So strong advocate, lots of difficulty getting it done in my current experience.
Yeah, I can understand.
Yeah.
I love that you mentioned kids camps, and perhaps that's actually something that could be part of future WordCamp Asia's as well.
Yes.
That'd be
That would
awesome.
be pretty neat.
Yeah.
Is there a Slack channel or a place for people whom they're helping, younger folks get involved with WordPress, coordinate or share what they're doing?
Yeah. I don't know if there's a specific channel for like Kids Camp and such, but we do have the community team in the Making WordPress Slack where you can join the working groups for those things. But also, if you just want some self-serve content that helps expose your students, your children to WordPress, you can also go to learn.wordpress.org. There's a lot of content there as well. Oh, and meetups. Don't forget meetups.
So
anyone can go to a meetup event.
Maybe let's call it like a hashtag Kids Camp or something. And you know what? I'll start that right now. I'm on a computer. So this is actually on stage.
Make it so.
And then folks who are interested about that, because in education, no one understands better than a parent or teacher who's directly working with kids. And so I think the folks who are attempting this are going to have the most wisdom and experience there. And if they can start sharing in a peer-to-peer way what's worked and what hasn't, I think that would be kind of the best way to scale this up.
Yeah, awesome. So,
Yogesh next.
yeah, as we're talking about learning and learn WordPress, I had another question from the community earlier. Lux Mariappan, he said, how can designers and developers upskill themselves? Now, we have some great material on learn.wordpress. What else can we do so that, all these new things, it's easier for people to learn all that?
Yeah. Matt, do you want to answer it, or do you want me to answer it?
Well, I just made the kids camp channel.
Okay. So I'll answer it because he was busy.
On the WordPress. Go ahead.
Oh no. So the question is, how do you help designers and developers level up their skills?
Yes.
I think one of the best ways in the WordPress project that you can do that is actually participating in a Do Action hackathon. So those hackathons are put together by the community, but through the WordPress Foundation. And you can learn all sorts of skills required to work inside that, to work with WordPress. And you're actually building websites for people, sometimes creating content for companies and nonprofits. And so you get a lot of hands-on opportunities and that pragmatic work that helps you to remember it. So that's my recommendation.
All right, so shall we go to another question here on the right-hand side?
Michelle has a question.
Michelle, do you have? Oh, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
One moment.
Okay, perfect. So Michelle Frechette with Stellar WP and Post Status. Nice to see you, albeit from the other side of the world. With the wave of layoffs and hiring freezes that we've seen lately in the WordPress community, what do you think that we as a community can do to create more jobs in our ecosystem and stop the anxiety and fear that comes with the layoffs that we've seen? Not a softball question today, I know.
Never softball questions.
Not from
for you.
me. Yeah.
Sorry, Matt.
One moment, Matt.
One moment.
Oh no.
1 second, Matt. Oh, now we can't hear you at all. Okay, hang on.
He's given a good answer.
We can tell it's an excellent answer.
Oh.
Maybe he
Oh, we
type
can
it in the
read it.
chat.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. One thing that I found consistent through economic boom times and recessions is that we try to create more value than we capture. And so as we continue to just stay close to our customers, stay close to people doing real things in the world, I think actually WordPress can benefit from recessionary times as well, because we provide one economic agency where people can do things themselves. Everyone can be an entrepreneur with WordPress. Businesses always are going to need more customers, and they might become more price sensitive. If they find they're paying hundreds of dollars at Shopify, and a WooCommerce site could do it for 1/10 the cost, or they're spending too much money on Wix and Squarespace. So I would encourage, people with WordPress skills to look at businesses in their area or ones they have contact to, particularly who might be spending more on some of these other services, and look at the opportunity to bring them to WordPress, because you could probably give that business or nonprofit or whatever organization it is a better website and save them a ton of monthly cost as well, which would be really great. So I feel like open source really shines in recessionary times. In terms of as a community, I feel like the relationships that are formed at WordCamps and online and by people working together and by contributing to open source is really one of the very best ways to also be connected to jobs as well. And from the very first days of WordPress, when I was starting Automatic, who did I look to? Of course, the people I had already been working with building early versions of WordPress and MU, and folks like Donica, Andy Skelton, and Ryan Bourne. Like, these were folks I had already had experience working sort of shoulder to shoulder, making things with. And so participating in an open source project, if you find yourself having some extra time, is a great way also to build your portfolio, to make professional contacts, to network. So alongside other things you might be doing, like polishing your resume, improving your portfolio, I would say, I know as someone who's hired thousands of people, one of the first things I always look at is their open source contributions. I can't think of a developer application I've gotten in the past 15 years that didn't have a GitHub link. So contributing and participating in something is a great way to fill those holes in your resume as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to add on a thing here for the folks here and watching at home or wherever you are. I think also an important part of this answer is that you all are a step ahead of everyone who isn't here already, right? You came here to learn about WordPress or to teach others about WordPress, and you are making those connections that Matt's talking about, where you are finding other people that you can do fun projects with, learn new skills, or just partner and come up with a new business entirely. And I think that that's excellent. I'm so glad that you all are here for that reason and many others. So,
yeah. See, when that conversation is going on, I'm just kind of in the presence of the contribution that WordPress has had on this community, the
yes.
Asian community. It's created so many jobs already. I mean, like 2010 is when we started Store Apps and doing all this WordPress work, and I didn't even imagine where this could reach.
Right.
And I meet so many people every day. WordPress has changed so many lives here. Would you agree to that or not? Like, has WordPress changed your life? Yeah? Yeah.
Mine for sure.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it does change lives. It may take time at times. There are ups and downs, right? And life goes through the stages. But this community has contributed a lot back, and it's also received a lot. On that topic, when we're thinking about the roadmap for 2023, is there anything specific or particular, any announcements or updates that you think this community needs to know about WordPress, the project?
Before we get to that, should we take another audience question? Or?
Sure, we could do that. Yeah, we have people lining up. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go to this side, and then we can come back to that.
Hi, my name is Yogesh. I am from Bangalore, India.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah. Okay, my question is, recently we see that there's a lot of upheaval in the tech scenario, and things change rapidly, but when they change, a lot of it affects the people who are usually working in the open source. Like when Google went with X on the jobs, the first thing they cut down was their open source contributions department, and then on the other side, Microsoft came up with ChatGPT, yeah, very, very popular, but they took it, they basically bought GitHub, they used all the contributions, and they closed source it. They say, no, not really closed source, but they monetize it. And so we see that the tragedy of commons keeps happening out there. So as WordPress is around 42% of the web, how do we avoid how do we make it resistant to tragedy of commons? Or how do we make the open source itself resistant to tragedy of commons?
You had a few really good things in there, so I'll try to address each of them. First, for technology like ChatGPT and other large language models and other things, I think are absolutely the future. And we should be thinking about how we can leverage them to make ourselves more productive and not try to fight it. So but they also, we should recognize their limitations. The best essay I've seen so far, actually one of my favorite sci-fi writers, Ted Chiang, wrote an essay for The New Yorker called ChatGPT is a blurry JPEG of the web. It's an amazing analogy showing like how these things learn and why they astound us in certain ways, and also their limitations. But I 100%, just like you might have had a IDE or something else that would help you with autocomplete based on reading the code and knowing the classes, like imagine that times 10, and it's going to improve the quality and our ability to create software so quickly. Like there's articles and YouTubes online of people creating entire WordPress plugins in minutes, you know, using ChatGPT or Bing or other things. So I think it would be foolish to ignore this. And I don't see it as, I'm not sure how it's going to play out economically. So I was kind of astounded. There are groups like Stable Diffusion who have been able to take things that OpenAI did and basically create open source equivalents 6 months later, which was years faster than that. So the open source community is also moving very quick on putting these tools more in the hands of people, which is exciting because I think
Matt, I'm going to have to interrupt you mid-thought.
The
Oh,
captions.
no, we're reading you. Never mind, continue.
So the best that I've been able to come up with there in talking to thousands of WordPress community members and studying the history of open source and economics and everything like that is 5 for the future. So for those who aren't familiar, 5 for the future is basically the idea that says, you know, if you are, you know, benefiting from WordPress in some way, like if it's changed your life, if you're making money from it, just kind of like there used to be like these leave a penny, take a penny stars. Like you could say, take 5% back or whatever you feel like getting from WordPress, contribute that back to the open source side. So whether that's, you know, like a variety of ways that people can contribute, whether it's documentation, support. I probably don't need to explain it to y'all because we're probably all doing it already by dint of being at WordCamp Asia. But I feel like if we can continue the ethos, us all benefiting a tremendous amount from WordPress, but also taking a little bit, just 5%, and you know, putting that back into the commons, that will help us avoid the commons. And it's certainly allowed us to be, I think, one of the most successful long-term open source projects so far. And when I see, you know, our other open source projects and our cohort, competitors, or that haven't had as vibrant a community of us, it's generally been when they haven't had that social moray or norm of contributing. And so that's why we talk about it so much. It's also why we demonstrate it, why I do it myself by contributing a lot of my time back to WordPress. And for companies that I'm involved in, both that I invest in or run like Automatic, we take it very seriously now to the tune of over 100 full-time people. So yeah, we try to lead by example there, but I think anyone who's really done it also can talk to the benefits of how contributing can benefit you a lot as well as the community. So the good news is that I don't worry about it because it's in everyone's interest for the commons to thrive with open source. And that's why when open source, the flywheel kind of gets going of contribution and the improvements in the software leading to more usage, which leads to more contributors, which leads to the software getting better. It becomes kind of a world standard, if you will, much like WordPress is starting to. You know, we have 10 times the number of domains using us as the number 2 in the market, which is a proprietary competitor called Shopify. So if we continue doing that, it doesn't mean that we don't need to like ruthlessly iterate ourselves and get better at doing meetings and collaborating and everything else. But like if we keep doing that, I can see WordPress. I could see WordPress being around, not just around, but actually core to the fabric of the web 100 years from now. You know, and I would love to attend a WordCamp Asia in my 80s or something like that.
That's so awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Ooh, I do want to give a fast where are you to Hurry. If you want to know more, there you are. If you want to know more about the Five for the Future program, that excellent steward of that program is the person to speak to. I'm sure that he will be made available out here in the sponsor area.
Right, shall we take one more question?
Yes.
Yeah. This
Hi,
one.
Matt. Good morning. My name is Vishal. I am from India, and we build plugins for WooCommerce. We have been doing that since 2012. So yeah, it has created a lot of livelihoods for me and for our team of 17, 20 people. My question is regarding the onboarding process of the self-hosted version of WordPress. So currently, when we download the WordPress version, it is meant to be for a developer or someone who knows what's the database username, what's the password, and those things. Do we have a plan to change it such that rather than all those details coming first, we ask as to what is the kind of site that you are trying to build, with this particular installation? Let's say, maybe a physiotherapist is trying to build a blog, or someone, based on the domain that they want to use it for, based on the purpose of the site. That's what we ask first, and then, we follow up based on that instead of what is the theme you want to install, what's the plugin you want to install. So yeah, do we have a plan or anything in that context?
That's a great question. Thank you. Our plan has been to leave that to the folks providing WordPress as a service, whether that's the web host or the WordPress as a SaaS type providers. And there's been a ton of innovation in that onboarding flow. And if you look at the Bluehost or the WordPress.coms of the world, there's a lot they're doing to experiment there. And as to whether we should do that before as well, I'm open to it. There's no reason not to. It's just been something we've decided not to do so far. But if that's something that you're personally passionate about or want to spin up, we could definitely start to do some of that in core. And of course, because it could be completely configurable, anyone who already has a custom onboarding could just turn off the bits of our onboarding that they don't like. But there's so much to do within the kind of after the onboard user experience, with the 4 phases of Gutenberg that we're working on, but also just all the rest of WP admin. There's just so much we can still improve. That hasn't seemed like the most crucial area. It definitely appears that it's not that these parts aren't important, it's that we're bringing a lot of people onto WordPress every day. It's that I think a lot about that maintenance and that usability for how to customize the site that you want. And sort of picking a theme and a plugin only gets you so far. What we're trying to do with Gutenberg block themes is actually take it so that so much of what before you used to have to use a plugin or a theme for, we can provide a common block-based interface for. And so my hope is that as Gutenberg gets further and further, you'll basically start with kind of a blank canvas and be able to use block patterns and other things to create a site just exactly like you imagine and customize it however you like. Well, right now, themes are basically kind of prepackaged versions of that. But, it's not going to be in the next couple of years, but maybe 10 or 15 years from now, you could imagine basically everyone starting with somewhat of a blank canvas theme, or themes themselves just being collections of these patterns and blocks.
Okay.
So I think that's kind of the answer to onboard, is at least that we're going to do in core.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Matt.
That's an interesting perspective, actually. And that kind of links back to contribution, right? So what do you think could be some of the most impactful ways the Asian community in particular can contribute to WordPress in meaningful ways, especially keeping the big picture goals of 2023 and beyond, like the next 10 years?
Matt?
Yeah, I would say that. Oh, did you want to jump in, Joseph?
Can I start and then you do it?
Sure.
Great. So I think, especially since you're here with exactly the right people, some of the things that are most impactful that you all as a community can do right now is, number one, get the meetup programs, your meetup events started again. That helps a lot with wherever you went, Yogesh. I don't know where you went with the 5 for the Future question as well. Having more people attending these events helps us to onboard new users and onboard new contributors. So that's one thing. And the other thing that is so incredibly important right now is translating our content that is on WordPress.org. The training content that's out there needs to be translated into all the 200 languages that WordPress core is translated into. And our docs as well, I think, could use some attention from a translation standpoint. So those are the 3 things that I would say you could do right now. Now, Matt, what you got?
And by the way, normally Joseph and I would be in person, and we would kind of like look at each other to know who was going to go first. So since we can't do that now, please just, feel free to jump in or interrupt me at any point if you want to take something. I was going to say exactly what you said.
Oh, shoot. Sorry.
No, that's perfect. You said it better. And it is true that outside of Japan, it feels like many of the countries represented in WordCamp Asia, WordPress's adoption within many of these countries and languages is not as must. It is in English, German, Spanish, some of these Japanese. So I would say that no one better than you how to connect to the local community of starting in schools, adults, developers, agencies, small businesses, colleges, universities, really making WordPress present in every single one of those and truly localizing it and translating it, not just in the language, but for the needs of that particular culture and society is something that the folks in this room will be able to do better than myself or or anyone else. So that I would say is really one of the critical things that particularly to see as we start to this is the first WordCamp, but hopefully the first of very many. I'd love to see develop a lot more.
Yeah, the difference between localization
I'm going to call
and
out because
translation,
you asked a question, India. And I mentioned to Josefa that India itself is so large, has such an amazing diversity of languages and everything. It's a billion people on its own. Feels like it should also probably have its own sort of continental WordCamp. So I think it's awesome that y'all are part of WordCamp Asia, but it feels large enough that perhaps, sort of an Indian WordCamp could be something that is kind of the same size as WordCamp Europe, WordCamp US.
Fear not, we've been talking about it all weekend, and everybody that I've talked to about it is chuckling to themselves. See, I told you, he was in favor.
Awesome.
Yes, already discussing it. Yeah, awesome. If you want to learn more, that hand wave was for you.
Awesome. Shall we continue with another question? Yes, on this side.
So, hi Matt, I'm Arun from India. I've been doing hosting business since 2009. And frankly, WordPress gets a lot of bad rap of not being secure, not being fast, not being well supported, not easy to maintain because of the basically KLS hosts, which is sort of improving recently. What do you basically see happening in the near future, and what more would you like to be seen and as an opportunity for the hosting industry per se?
Well, first, thank you for hosting WordPress. You identified it very quickly that if you think of the everyday experience of most WordPress users, it's primarily mediated by the host. And the hosts are taking on a lot of responsibility to keep their site secure, updated, not just WordPress, but everything underneath it. You think of the operating system, the web server, the databases, all of these need to be patched and updated continuously. The hardware underlying things, you need to run backups, you need to repair things when they're hacked. Like the host really is best suited and has the technical proficiency beyond most WordPress users to be able to address these sorts of things. I think it's getting better also just from the competitive nature of hosting, which is, as I'm sure you're very aware, a very competitive marketplace where there's a lot of folks really doing their best to provide a fantastic experience. What we focused on in WordPress was really the auto update system and having updates and backwards compatibility being something that we take very, very seriously. So when I've studied sort of platforms and operating systems, everything in the past, it's really about how you can update not just the core, but all the components on top of it, the themes and plugins. And I feel like for core, we've gone to a very, very good place where, as you know, we can even push out proactive security updates to tens of millions of sites in hours. And we've done that to keep sites secure across the web. I think that there's still a lot to do there, particularly around plugins and themes. And I'd love to extend some of our bug bounties, some of the way we do security, some of the way we do code audits, to top 100 plugins, but really everything in the directory. Because when we have something in our official directory, we're also endorsing it a little bit, not explicitly, but we're sort of implicitly saying like, hey, we're hosting this. So just like you hosting someone's WordPress, you're taking a little bit of responsibility. When we host a plugin or theme, we are taking a little bit of responsibility for it. This is also someplace, we have a number of code scanning tools and other things we've run in the past. So like when we become aware of a certain type of vulnerability, we can actually scan the entire plugin repo, work with developers to update it. If a plugin's abandoned, sometimes we even update it ourselves. In the future, I'm actually very, very excited about AI enhancing this. So just like I talked about, I feel like AI is going to make every developer, designer, basically everyone a lot more efficient and productive. Each person will be able to do a lot more with these sort of increased AI-assisted tools. I'm very excited that when we can start to run sort of code AI scanners and over the entire repository, both before, but also all the extensions to WordPress, and how that can help us improve the quality of those. For the folks in the audience who are theme developers or plugin developers, the most important thing you can do is just have people be able to trust updates. And I know that's so hard. And with the plugins I'm involved with, including WooCommerce, we've made mistakes there in the past. But there's nothing more important than someone, looking forward to that update button, or even better yet, us being able to just without even anyone needing to think about it, just everything being on auto update. That will allow us to be the most secure and provide the best user experience over time.
So just to add a couple of things there, like updates is usually never the problem, never in the back of the mind of entrepreneur who's getting the website up. It's usually starts with performance and sort of whether the website will be up or not. So those are the two things whenever we have a conversation between Shopify versus WooCommerce. So just a thought there, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Particularly has been on my mind quite a bit. We've had some incredible gains there over the past couple of years, including with the doubling of PHP performance that came with PHP 7, 7.2. Databases are getting better. I'm actually really, really excited with the SQLite work that's going on as a MySQL alternative for, I think, for many WordPress sites. That'll open up some very exciting kind of performance improvements, including things like being able to replicate sort of a SQLite containerized version of WordPress to the edges. So, it automatically run 23 sort of points of presence around the world that are like a Cloudflare-like CDN that allows us to accelerate things. Being able to shift actually the compute of WordPress to the edge is going to be very, very exciting for improving performance. And I think that, a well-run WordPress is, with proper caching and everything set up, is one of the most secure and fastest things you can do. Powering sites is mission critical and as security critical as like the whitehouse.gov. And I think that part of what I always think about is how do we take the thing that right now we do for big enterprises or people spending millions of dollars and make that accessible to everyone. So I would love for anyone on a $5 or $10 a month web host to be able to have that same level of security and performance. So we're always looking at like, what can we do in Coral? What can we do in kind of the basic systems of how we work to bring those improvements and optimizations into the core software. That's been one of the benefits as well. For example, with WordPress.com, we made the decision not to fork the software. Basically, WordPress.com runs core WordPress MU. And in fact, many times, I think we've fallen behind this a little bit. We'll actually deploy like beta or release candidate versions of WordPress to WordPress.com before the WordPress release. And we do that to get it on, tens and hundreds of millions of sites, getting billions of page views, to find any bottlenecks before it goes out in the core software. So that's something that Automatics contributed. I know other hosts have done a lot of testing like that as well, and something we hope we can do more of in the future.
Thanks.
Thank you. We have about 15 minutes left, so we're going to be quick on this side.
Hello.
Still talking. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Shilpa from WP Cubicle. And what I really want to ask is, why aren't you here? But I'll ask. I'll stop on that. In my past life, over the past 10 years, we've had a bunch of plugins on the WordPress plugins directory. And I'm sort of in the early stages of getting a new one there. But the things that made me nervous, with early on, starting on, still make me nervous, as in the lack of data from the point of view of how many people are, landing on my WordPress or plugin directory page, how many of them are actually downloading, and how many of them are installing it every day. Feedback like that would be tremendously useful for a freemium plugin. And so, is there? I don't know if there's something going on in the background, but I would love to hear from you about that, please. So, how can you make it easier for us?
The news is there is some work happening. So there is, as we know on WordPress.org, we're very privacy focused. So we are looking at sort of what's telemetry or more statistics we can share. There was sort of because exactly what you said. I want people to be able to think about how to optimize and their findability. I would love better feedback loops. I think that we need to integrate the forums quite a bit better, because users being able to, for example, I'd love for within WP admin, people be able to really easily leave feedback. So for example, there might be users who install your plugin when they're turning it off. Is there something we can capture when they're turning it off that then can go back to WordPress.org, be shared with everyone, but also shared with the plugin developer? I think those types of, in the user interface, there's little nudges we can do that could provide really great feedback loops. And if we do it right, it also provides great data for people searching the plugin directory and trying to decide between 10 different plugins doing the same things, which they should choose. I'm very excited with, in State of the Word, we announced our new taxonomy for sort of discerning between free plugins, solo plugins, community plugins, commercial plugins, and sort of canonical plugins. I think that's also going to be in the directory a great way for both users to be able to choose what they're looking for and set expectations correctly, and also developers and plugin creators to communicate what they're doing. Also, thank you for asking the kind of elephant in the room question, which is why I'm not there in Bangkok. I really wish I was. And right now I'm navigating some family health things, and I decided to prioritize staying here in Houston. So I just couldn't make it, but I really am hopeful that they are growing well. So I hope I'll be able to travel again in the future, and hopefully before not too long. And so by the next time WordCamp Asia is, have y'all announced the city it's going to be in yet? I don't know where, but I'm very much looking forward to being there and meeting everyone in person, shaking hands, taking selfies, all those sorts of things. That's one of the things that gives me a ton of energy. Um, and yeah, attending WordCamps is really one of my favorite parts of the job too. So I really looking forward to being there in person in the future.
Anyone ever thought that your WordPress mentors were joking when we said we want you to put your family and well-being first? Like, this is an example of why we do mean that all the way around. And so yes, and again, huge thanks to the organizers for helping us to make this work out anyway. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Matt. My name is Kitanan Samuri from Thailand. You can call me Moth. Thank you for having me to ask your question. It has been around 3.5 years that since your company Automatic acquired Tumblr. Since then, I saw some improvement on the platform, and I'm impressed that you can manage both platforms in a great way. So my question is, after the acquisition, which aspect of Tumblr that influenced the development of WordPress, especially in the open source one? And also, what is your plan to develop both platforms even further?
Thank you. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. It's taking a little longer than we hoped, but we are planning to switch the back end of Tumblr to be WordPress powered. So that's going to mean hundreds of millions of new WordPress sites in the world. And I'm very, very excited about that. WordPress is robust enough. It can do everything that the back end of Tumblr needs to do. Now, simultaneously, we've also been doing a business turnaround of Tumblr. So, when we purchased Tumblr, it was losing, I think we publicly disclosed, over $65 million per year. So bringing that to a break even and sort of like stemming that burn has been the first priority, because of course we want Tumblr to be around for many years in the future. And to do so, it does need to be at least break even, hopefully profitable, but at least break even for us to really promise to its community and users that we'll be able to sustain it for many, many decades to come. As we're doing that, though, the turnaround is going well. Like, you have seen a lot of platform improvements with the sort of tumultuous nature of social media recently, especially with Twitter. We've gotten some huge influx of users, and people will also just sort of appreciating the fun stuff we're doing, like with the polls feature and other things we've been doing. Tumblr is basically blogging that's really fun. And so I believe what it's inspired me to think more about, both with WordPress.com and also core WordPress, is how can we add little moments of fun and delight? Something that we had in some of the early days of WordPress, but we kind of have iterated our way out of, is Easter eggs, language that could be fun or silly, being celebratory. So, for example, when you make a new post, can we do a fun animation there? Can we show some confetti dropping or just things like that? I think that we have a lot more room to be opinionated and irreverent a little bit in some of the design of the software. I know that feels less safe sometimes, or we can always come up with reasons why we shouldn't have those things. But I think it's really important to WordPress to have some personality as well, and the very core interface. It's in things like the Hello Dolly plugin and others, but how can we bring a little more jazz into WordPress? How can we bring a little more of that joie de vivre of the fun that we have creating it? We want to translate that into the fun that everyday people have been using it. The other thing that has been on my mind quite a bit is if I have to think of an original sin of WordPress, or something that is a flaw in how the software's been designed, I think it's our importance on titles. I know this sounds kind of weird and fundamental, but really going back to the B2 days, something that distinguished WordPress from Blogger, LiveJournal, some of the Frontier, Userland, or Scripting.com, some of the other early blogging platforms, was WordPress made the title you basically required it. And particularly when we started adopting our way of doing permalinks, that included the title as part of it. We really made it very central. And it's kind of hard to publish something without a title. And I feel like I know it sounds subtle, but there's something kind of magical about what I would call asides on my blog. I forget what we might have called them when we did post formats, but it's kind of what Twitter is microblogging. That idea of just being able to have an update that doesn't necessarily need a title on it. So I've been talking to Matthias a lot about this and some of the Gutenberg team, but how we can make it easier, both in theming and the core interface, to really make titles more optional. Because I just want people to be able to feel like they can post anything to their blogs. A little bit how blogging has evolved over the past 5 or 10 years, with people thinking a lot about SEO and findability and social media optimization, everything. Takes a little bit of the fun and spontaneity out of it. I've experienced this myself in my own blogging. I used to post hundreds of times per year, and now I think of it a little bit more like writing a college essay. Like I really need to do a lot of work to put something out there. And just if we can lower those barriers to entry and make people comfortable with posting just silly things, or just posting a link, or just posting a YouTube embed or something, and not every blog post having to be like a huge thing with a title and paragraphs and SEO optimized and a featured image and all that sort of kind of additional burden we put on post. It's great to allow that, and some blogs will do that and some posts will be that. But I think that kind of microblogging is something that I want to make a lot more effortless within the interface.
That's a great answer. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 5 more minutes. So if you can get to the thing quickly, then we can, yeah.
Hey, Matt, Bob, WP here.
I do want to answer the question just very quickly. You said, is there something, to announce or talk about here at WordCamp Asia? And of course I have something for y'all. Which is that we are getting ready to kick off a lot of phase 3 of Gutenberg. So, we've been talking about this, 5, 7 years now. And phases 1 or 2 are in such a good place that, phase 3 is, I would say the kickoff for that is coming soon. So keep an eye out. And to remind people, phase 3 is the collaboration phase of Gutenberg. So allowing things like real-time co-editing of documents, pages, themes, blocks, entire sites, so people can be kind of working on it at the same time on different computers and see what's going on. Editing workflows. I want to really improve post revisions. So there's a lot that's coming, and inviting people to share a draft or submit comments. Like all that kind of like workflow and collaboration part is going to be phase 3. And blogging is definitely something more fun when you do it with other people, and site creation and everything, like many things in life, the more the merrier. And so, keep an eye out for phase 3. Very excited to say that is coming soon.
Hey, Matt, Bob, WP here from your part of the world. Question for you. I know your love of science fiction, and you're intrigued with time travel. If you had one point in time in WordPress history to travel back to, what would that be? When would it be, and why?
Oh, wow. Of course.
Think quick.
Travel. There's I would happily do the entire thing over again.
Lame answer, Matt. I'm sorry.
The day that Mike Little left the comment on my blog, and that we started, chatting with each other on IRC and started collaborating, bringing in the volunteer. Like I'd do the whole thing over again 1,000 times. So, I guess that's when I would time travel back to.
Thanks, Matt.
All right. So, can we take one question, or?
Matt, are you going to be able to answer a question in 30 seconds? I'm going to take it as a yes. One more question.
Yeah.
Speed answer.
Okay, quick question. I'm Leo from Malaysia. I run an agency. The issue about I face in WordPress that is about marketing WordPress. So I run agencies. We have other agencies coming to my clients telling them that WordPress is not secure, WordPress is not fast, which we know is not true. But the problem is we have clients moving from WooCommerce to Shopify, back to WooCommerce, and then Shopify, and they say, hey, WooCommerce is not secure. I say, really? When they know me, they say, you don't know the right guy, right? You don't know the right agency. But overall, I don't know about other countries, but I know in Malaysia, WordPress gets a bad rap. People think WordPress is for cheap websites, not enterprise websites. And what can we do as a community to change the image of WordPress? What do you think?
I love this question.
My quick answer is nothing is as good as showing examples. So doing excellent work and then raising the profile of those. And I know we've redesigned the showcase, but I really want to make this a lot more prominent. And I want every single Rosetta site, every single language and country version of WordPress.org to have a really prominent showcase. So by elevating the best examples of WordPress, I think that is better, because we can, say all day that WordPress is secure, it's performant, or something like that. But being able to point to a site like whitehouse.gov that switched to WordPress, and when the war in Ukraine started, all the Kremlin sites got hacked, whitehouse.gov did not. Like, being able to point to examples like that and say, well, if it's secure enough for the White House, like it gets secure enough for you probably, is really, really helpful. So examples is my short answer. And
Thank you. Yeah.
I guess we're out of time. Can I just say thank you all? Like, this has been amazing. I can tell there's a ton of energy in the room. I've been watching the tweets and some of the live streams, and it's been so exciting to follow along. This is really one of the best WordCamps I've seen yet. And that's a testament to the organizers and also everyone who's there. So thank you so, so much.
You want to take us home? Me?
Want to say something?
I'll finish this up. Do you want to? You're finishing this up? Me?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay, my friends. Thank you, Matt, for joining us all the way from the other side of the world. Thank you, everyone who is joining us here in the audience. You are wonderful. Everybody that has asked a question, thank you. Folks who did not ask your questions or that pre-submitted them and they didn't get answered, we will put out a blog post as usual. And you now have a 15-minute short break until your next session starts at
10:30, I guess. 10:30.
10:30. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for coming. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much. Oh.
You're good, Matt. Okay. Oh, I'm on.
3 เบอร์ 5 สวัสดีครับ มาพี่เอนะพี่6
Hi there, and welcome to the very interesting talk by Zaid Hassan about human-central design and human interaction. So he is he's a lead project manager at WeDevs, and he cares really about making people's lives better. So with the focus of him to help people with typography and other things to really make lives better, he will tell you an interesting story about typography and how important it is. So welcome, Said, on stage. Said.
Hello. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. Thanks for having me, and I'm glad that you guys choose to join the session. And excellent welcome to WordCamp Asia and the organizers for having me. And this has been one of the best WordCamps I ever joined. So thank you for joining WordCamp Asia. And from myself, excellent hello to you all. And I'm glad that you have all chosen to join. So as you have maybe seen, that I am saying hello in a lot of different fonts. So you have maybe guessed my topic today is the secret life of fonts. So let's jump right in. So I'm Saif Hassan. I'm working as the lead product manager at WeDevs. We work with WordPress and SAS and stuff. So before jumping into fonts, typography, web designing, and things like that, I want to take a short tour to why I care about typography or human-centered designs or things like that. So to go there, I need to ask a question, what is ACI? So ACI is like a combination of three things. The most number one thing is computer science, and the second one is cognitive psychology, and the third one is fine arts and design. So basically, when a developer is developing a software, he doesn't mind to check with the cognitive function or the psychology part of it, and how the user is going to use it or things like that. But when we combine these three aspects of computer science and design and psychology, we come with the topic human-computer interaction, so these three things. So it basically opens up the portal to human-centered designs. And there are a lot of things in human-centered designs like color psychology, mental model, UX laws, reviews, usability, and things like that, a lot more. But today, I'm going to talk about typography. And it's a really nice and, what can I say, interesting topic. Don't get bored. I'll try to make sure you don't get bored, because there will be some fun stuff you'll see. So before going into the topic, this guy is Don Norman. So he's very popular because he pioneered the human-centered design principles back in the 80s. He worked at famous companies like Apple and HP. And he basically wrote a book called The Design of Everyday Things. And he gave us 6 design principles that has stood the test of time. The book was published in the 80s and still is being referenced in many aspects of both digital and physical products. So this, he basically gave us 6 guidelines while making digital or physical products, which are affordance, feedback, visibility, constraints, consistency, and mapping. So these are all elaborative topics, but we can't explain this stuff because I have already a talk there. If you want to check it out, the link is there. You can take a picture of it and check it out later, but no problem. We can skip ahead. So in many cases, typography is the evolution of HCI and is a subpart of HCI. And before going into how to design good typography or how's the background and how typography came to this age, I want to look you some bad typography designs. So if you want to take a look at this image, you can say what the first number is, number 2 or number 9. What do you think? 2. Okay, so a lot of people think 2, but when I first saw it, I thought this was 9. So the typography is confusing me. And then this actually says I love you, but this is your brain processing it and saying I love you, but if you kind of read it, it says something like I lay you. So the another typography fail right there. And this is so this is when you go to the movies gets to send to the premium Oscars or something like that, and when you put leaves around it, it looks really cool and official and give you a nice vibe. But if you put Comic Sans MS right there, it doesn't quite work out, and you see that the design is falling apart. So as we are changing fonts and things around it, you say that things are changing. So this is the Declaration of Independence in a nice font and looks cool and looks official. And this is the same thing in Comic Sans MS. And you know it's not working right now. It's falling apart. And you know that this is not this is a replica or a fake thing. So as we are changing fonts, these fonts are speaking back to us. So this is another fail typography. The poster was probably saying don't drive safely or do drive safely, or I can only read do die safely, maybe. So there are a lot of typography fails right there. So covered some typography fails. I hope you had fun. And if you are going to look at the evolution of typography, back in the 1500s, we see the letters were something around handwritten. Because at that time, when typography was developing for modern computer and printing press, so the first fonts were copied from the churches who gave written documents over. So then we had human style, Cajun style, and some other styles. So this is a quick recap where we were and where are we going. And as I have shown the bad typographies, you may have laughed, you may have chuckled, you may have some other emotions. So the typography is actually playing with your emotions. When you see a font or you see a text, it's basically hitting your brain with different type of emotions, trust, mood, memories, personality, and even taste. I will show you how taste getting changes with good typography or bad typography. And so this is an example of the typography README Blade Runner. So this looks really cool, right? Like a science fiction movie. But if I change the same thing to a different font, it looks like a Western movie. So same thing, I'm trying with a different font. It looks really cool, futuristic, maybe a science fiction movie. But I'm changing it to a different font. It looks like a movie in the 60s, maybe a Western movie. Same time, maybe this is for kids. This movie poster might be for kids because this has like cute emotions speaking through the typography. And then we can understand that fonts turns words into stories. For example, I'm a big fan of this TV series, Stranger Things. You can, when you look at the poster, this has this weird, really good and cool Stephen Hawking's vibe of the 80s. By looking at the poster, you know that this movie poster or this series might be set in the 80s and have some 80s background. But if I put the same thing, like a modern design, and it looks like really cool science fiction type of thing that may be set in the 2500s. So as we are changing and designing with typography, it's playing with your mind, playing with your emotions, and other things. So then fonts alter the meaning of words. This is like a really nice example. So I will always find you. The left one is like a cute romantic vibes, giving you romantic vibes, and the right one may be a psycho killer who is trying to kill you. And then fonts make others to spend more. So I want to take you. I want you to take a look at this picture and maybe guess which of this restaurant. Imagine these are the restaurant titles, and maybe some people spend more on a different typography, and some people spend less on a different typography. So look at the bottom right one. So this one, so research found out a restaurant like this, designed like this, is going to attract more premium customers, which are going to spend way a lot more because the restaurant has this kind of typography, this type of font. So then this word typography blends into our culture, and it becomes a study of signs and meanings, and we call it semiotics. So semiotics is the things that you know by looking at this movie poster. If you're going to see a movie and this poster comes up in the beginning, you know this is a comedy movie. This is not going to be like a thriller movie. And this might be an action movie, maybe directed by something like a good action director. So the semiotics is the stereotypes. The comedy movies usually have the first one, and the romantic comedies is the second one. And any movie might be the last one, which one there is. So comedy films most uses sans serif fonts like a Gill Sans, and romantic films use Didot. So this is quite a good example. The left one is a comedy movie using the semiotics, the Gill Sans. The middle one, quite a nice movie. It's also using a Didot, and the last one is, up for your guess, one of the most popular movie posters in the world. So this movie poster font, the right one, take over the whole movie poster industry for the 10, 20 years of the last decade. So this poster has has been printed on albums and movie posters, thousands of movie posters, and different genres like sports, actions, adventure, and things like that. So this poster is, you can make anything epic by using this font actually. If you write like, I am okay, and you kind of like have this font with a nice design, it feels grand, it feels like you are going on an adventure, it has action and things like that. So this font is known as Track1, and Track1 has been one of the most popular typefaces for the movie industry. And even the Oscars in 2006 chose this font to like show their title cards and things like that. So as you have probably imagined, the fonts influence you whether you want it or not. So in many ways, fonts has this subconscious impact on you. So whichever font you choose to like design your web and things like that has a profound influence on you. So this is a research by Dr. David Lewis, and he says that fonts communicating directly to your subconscious, and this has been proved by research. You can Google it up later on. And this is a nice example of how an elegant font makes you taste a soup better. For example, this is a menu which has this creamy tomato soup in Courier new font. Whenever you are programming, you maybe see this type of fonts. And some users were given, for a research purpose, like 50 users were given this menu with a programming font, and some users were giving this font, this menu with a cool little touches Lucida font. So the test was quite wonderful because 2/3 of the people thought this soup tasted way better than the previous one, but they were served the same soup actually. So Times New Roman is probably one of our most popular classic fonts. We have been using it for a lot of our documents. But you may have known that Times New Roman was purposefully built because the newspaper has like really narrow columns to fit more words into narrow columns. So, but we're using it right now on all of our things. And there is quite a nice example of it. So can a typeface make you appear more intelligent? So a research found out the student was like really genius, I think. So he tried 3 fonts to submit his essays and assignments. And after like comparing them, he found out he got an average of A when he submitted the papers with Georgia, and an A- when he submitted with Times New Roman, and Trebuchet when he submitted got an average of B-. So maybe he had some other studies and things like that, but we can clearly understand that sometimes fonts has a bigger impact on you whether you want it or not, because the teacher might have even noticed. He maybe didn't even care what font it was, but the student who tried to like manipulate him got a good score because he used a nice font. Got bad score on other stuff as well. So there are some iconic fonts throughout history, like the NASA one is very popular and is printed everywhere in the globe, and the Coca-Cola one, which hasn't been changed for like last 300 years. So back in the 1969, when NASA thought about like repurposing their designs, so this design was not their first design. So NASA had their first logo, which was not really hip and cool. So then NASA thought about in 1969 that they need to like revamp to speak to the younger audience. And then they took the 8 years required, and they did a full manual revamp. So back in the days when there was a documentation or manual for space astronauts, so they had like a manual, like a really text-based manual. But when they did the redesign and rethought of everything from scratch, they replaced tutorials with cute pictures and step-by-step fonts. So this thing spoke to astronauts a lot better and the general audience than it was like a lot of text. And then this font, which is like really popular everywhere, even if you may have seen roaming around Thailand, that this very bold typeface, and which can be seen by a lot of different restaurants and customers as well. So this font has been used in the Beatles frame as well, and this font is known as the Cooper Black. So this was Oswald Cooper, designed by him, and this is the most far-sighted bold font they could imagine at that time. For example, this is the most bold typeface that they could design at that time, and it was an instant hit all over the world. So Europe, America, Asia, everywhere people used to use Cooper Black, and maybe if you find room around, you will see this font there as well, because this font, like really the most fattest and widest font they could imagine, they could design, and it has like a really good legibility as well. So that's Cooper Black, and this type of information is provided, got this info from Vox Media, so thanks to them. A quick shout out. And there is a personality of things that whichever fonts you use give different personality to you and your documents and your whatever you do, your website and things like that. For example, this is like a really cool personality thing. Like 3 fonts walk into a bar, but barman turns to Comic Sans and says, "Sorry, we don't serve in your type here," because Comic Sans is on a whole different league on its own. So you may have seen this font when you may be working or wanting to go to a Chinese restaurant, maybe here in Thailand. But we can read it, right? Take away. But this is not really Chinese. This is actually English imitating Chinese. So to resonate with audience all over the world, so the history is quite nice. So when Chinese people bought Chinese restaurants to America, so they had a problem with differentiating how to place the restaurants in a distinctive category, so the audience always knows this is a Chinese restaurant. But problem is your audience doesn't know Chinese. You can't write Chinese in the board. So they this font was invented by an American. So he invented this font to imitate the Chinese culture. So whenever you see this type of fonts, you immediately know that this is a Chinese restaurant. For example, you may be, if you roam around the city and you go to the Chinatown, you will see many restaurants using this type of fonts to sell maybe Thai cuisine or Chinese cuisine, because by choosing English, they are speaking a lot more wider audience than if they used Chinese only. So there is this cultural relevance that these fake English fonts create. For example, this font is actually named the Chop Suey font, and there are some other examples of this, like this is a generic Indian restaurant. So for Chinese, they use this one. For Indian, they use this one. But if you think about altering that, if you try to sell an Indian restaurant with this type font, I think it won't work out. And people will have a lot of tough time to process this. This is an Indian restaurant. So these fake fonts are trying to speak to you, to your cognitive balance, that this is a certain kind of information that has been buried into you by different semiotics over the years. So if you may have noticed that Matt talked about that there is a website revamped recently on WordPress.org. So they're using a new typography here, and it looks really cool, modern, and they're revamping everything. And designing for the web with nicer typography is always a challenge, but not something you shouldn't do, because you should always choose nicer fonts that your audience wants, and maybe have the best fonts to connect with them. So this is the new font that WordPress.org is using, and I think it looks cool. And the old font was looking dated for a while, And this one looks a lot nicer than before. So if you want to, I didn't go into more details, like how to space your titles, how to space your headings, spacing, subtitles, or things like that, because that would take a whole lot of time, and that would be a workshop. But you can check out this book, Refactoring UI by Adam Watson. It's quite a nice book, and it really gives you all the means to design a nicer web from a typography point of view. So I don't want to recommend any fonts for you to use, because that would be my preference, not yours. But you can keep experimenting and keep evolving. And there is one single thing I want to mention, that as times grow, as we grow, and the cultural shifts happen, one font doesn't always stay static or stay modern, because it depends on the culture. Same font, because the WordPress World website was recently revamped, but we have been using and seeing that website for like 10 years. And it started to look dated, because the rest of the web got a huge upgrade with nicer, bigger, narrower fonts, and everybody used to like that. So everybody started using like that. So you can start experimenting and keep evolving to spice up your fonts, and hopefully it works out, and maybe the book will help you. So many of the things that I have mentioned shared by this resource. Why Font Matters by Sarah Hinman is a great resource book. So many examples, like the tomato soup story, like the grade story, and other things. These research links will be there in the book. And there are some other YouTube videos I got help with, Vox Media, Linus Bowman, Phil Edwards. So thanks to them for helping me with this presentation. And for this presentation, I have used the Wayril font in this presentation. So thank you for all listening to me. I hope I haven't bored you guys.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have a question here? We have two runners in the room. I was sure you will ask. So basically now, get your questions up. Think about, because that's the easiest way right now to pin him to the wall, ask him a question. So please, ask a question.
Saif, first of all, thank you so much. This was so much fun. I think everyone in the room agrees that it was fantastic. Thank you, thank you. We've had this conversation before, so I think it would be great if for the next WordCamp Asia, you teach us about the typefaces that are used in different languages as well, because I'm so curious about it.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point, but I need to do more research to go into each languages, different region, to know how one font or one typography is affecting most life. For example, we have in Bangladesh, we have our own Arial alternative, and we have been using that font for 40 years, and this is the de facto normal Arial or Helvetica alternative over there. So I tried to do that, but I think more research would be needed, because there haven't been much research into some demographics specific research to go into learning the de facto fonts for different culture. For example, the same font wouldn't, Arial or Helvetica wouldn't work the same way here in Bangladesh. We have Times New Roman is the de facto font here. So yeah, I agree with you, and I think there should be more research to each continent's history and culture and their relations with typography as well.
It wasn't a criticism, by the way, it's just curiosity, because this was a fabulous presentation, so thank you so much.
Anyone else with a question?
Hi, thank you for the wonderful talk. What resources are there to learn font relationships? Because the intuition of what font looks good with what other font is not always intuitive.
Sorry, I missed your question. Can you repeat, please?
Oh, yeah, no problem. So
a bit louder also.
Yeah, this microphone is extremely hot, and so I'm nervous about. Okay, so what resources are there to learn font relationships? Because the intuition of what fonts look good with what other fonts is not always intuitive.
Yeah.
So does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, it makes sense. So give me a minute. So as a product manager or enthusiast of the web, what I found out, there was a cultural shift that happened in the 2010s to 2015s to the before time. Because at the time when embedding fonts on the web was becoming popular, a lot of different things happened. Web designers started to implement their own font, and the old static websites which used like a static set of fonts used to change. And there was like a revolution happening quietly on the web, defined by web designers really. Whoever built the website and the graphics designers also, whoever designs the web or the developer, they thought about using these different fonts they liked, and they tried to experiment and tried to make it cool. But what happened, there was like an universally liked approach for certain type of fonts, because for example, geometric fonts is now really cool, really popular, and you can see it on many websites. But back in the 2010s, this wasn't the case. What I think that when a large number of people starts to do a revolution or starts to do something at the same time, the industry responds as well. Because when this font revolution happened on the web, before that you couldn't just embed a font to the website. The CSS company has to make it accessible for the web developers to make it easy to like embed a font. But now it's very easier. You can choose any font to choose to host on a website, and it would look really cool. So now the cultural, what you mentioned about font pairings, which font would look nicer. There are some websites which suggest that this font would look good, this font would look good. But at the end of the day, I think there is no fast and hard and fast rules that says that this font looks good well with it. But everyone tastes different. So I think the best way to answer this is like experiment and try with your audience. Maybe you can run a poll or A/B testing with other. Do you like this pair? Do you like this font we are using? And take the data and take a data-driven approach, because same website with same font may resonate differently on the West and the Asia region, because everyone, the continental cultural shift happened on those two different cultures. So same thing may apply over there, and same result may not happen over here. So there may be difference. So I think the best way to like test your audience, I think that's the best way.
Thank you so much.
Has anyone else a question that he wants to ask? Anyone? You can right now. It's very easy. Just raise your hand. So you're all said and done. You all know about typography now. You know that. Nobody else wants to ask something? Okay.
Thank you. Great talk. Really enjoyed it. As other people said, it was a really fun journey. With the whole AI hype and everything, what's the take on generative fonts?
Yeah.
On generative fonts.
I didn't get you.
What's your take or your opinion on AI-generated fonts?
AI-generated fonts. Oh, that's a new one.
Yeah. I know we're freestyling here. Just go for it.
That's a different one. You have me guarded. So the honest answer is I haven't really got in touch into too many AI fonts yet. So I think with the revolution in AI happening over the bots and everything, and the conversation starter, I think there will be a lot of AI-generated fonts as well, because the DALL-E 2 platform is already generating a lot of dynamic images. So generating fonts shouldn't be much harder as well. So as that moment hasn't come yet, It's difficult for me to answer, but I think it will really play a great role in the future. For example, there was this Chinese restaurant and Indian restaurant example that I showed. So maybe we could infuse AI with that. For example, if a visitor is visiting from India, I'm choosing to show a certain font and certain secondary fonts. And if the same people, if another people is logging the same website from China or Japan, maybe we'll try a different font. So I think it will basically, to have an impact, you have to like depend on the data. You have to do A/B testing and get the data from users. But yeah, I think that will be it will be affecting the typography of the web. Maybe not a big way at first, but it will affect somehow small scale to large scale later on. Thank you.
Okay.
So any more questions?
Any more? Yeah, someone will come to you.
Hello, my name is Akira. Thank you for the good presentation. And this is not a question or something, just a comment. From the Japanese web font's problem is the file size of the font.
Excuse me, can you speak a bit louder?
Okay, Japanese font size issue or other countries, Chinese or so, was the issue, main issues are the file size. I think the English alphabet size is maybe 20 or 30 kilobytes or something like that, but the Japanese font file size is 16 megabytes or so. So you can't use mixed font size, or you have to concern about the file size when you want to use web font. So that is very tough. That is one comment for you. Thank you for the good presentation.
Okay, so let me try to make sure I got the question right. So you are saying in Japanese, the font size is used a bit larger than English fonts.
Yeah, maybe 700 times or so bigger than the 700 times than the alphabet.
Okay,
yeah.
So I haven't been to Japan or China yet, but that's like a valid concern. So, sorry. So the question is, the problem is that if you want to like merge both English and Japanese, the English fonts are way bigger than Japanese font. Yeah?
Yeah, so, yeah.
7 times bigger.
Of course, the font company is trying to.
I think it can be solved if font designers like really try to solve it, because when you are designing a typeface, you can define how much each glyphs would take, the size. So what the designer has to do while generating the font, they have to make sure that the English fonts are 7 times smaller, so they look well together. So I think it can be solvable, but I'm not 100% sure because I haven't really have hands-on experience with Japanese or Chinese language yet. But I think it really depends on the fonts you use, and maybe there may be some other difficulties, technological difficulties as well while designing the font, but it shouldn't be that hard to like similarize the font sizes of Japanese and English.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Okay, so if nobody else has a question, then thank you for your time and thank you for your contribution.
So these are my socials. You can reach out to me, my Facebook, Twitter, email, and my website. And this, okay, it's not working anymore. So this slide is also uploaded if you need it. The URL is bit.ly/WCAsia. This whole slide has been uploaded. You can check it online later on if you want. And thank you very much for joining the session. Peace.
So for anyone else who stays in here, we have a general announcement. If you feel like it's too cold, it's too loud, it's like everything not feeling comfortable for you, please reach out to someone in a red shirt to do volunteers.
so that you really that we receive the feedback from you and can adjust to the feedback of yours. Thank you very much. So, and the next talk that we will have here is Karim's talk about Markham's and for enterprise stuff. So if you are, please check your schedules because there was some adjustment like days ago. So if you are looking at that and thinking you see a different kind of talk, then please be aware of that. So we really like have Karim here up in a few seconds. No, it's correct. But if you checked for, because there was some change and there's like on the card out there is some move to a different track. And for the people over there, if you want, you can now easily switch over without disturbing anyone. You can move to the main floor that you have a direct view of that.
Hi there. Please take a seat. The show will start now. So thank you all for coming and for being interested in this topic. The next speaker will be Karim Maruki, about the possibilities of enterprise CMS and where we can compete with other systems. So he's the CEO of Track1, which is a WordPress enterprise agency, and he's a chief strategist to plan things ahead for the larger scale. So I can attest that because I was speaking with Karim over long hours about strategy in WordPress and about enterprise stuff. So he's really in for the big picture, and you will have very much fun hearing him talk about like the larger strategy of like enterprise agencies and us competing against like closed source systems, and we representing the open web. So it's really, you're really in for a good time to understand how we as WordPress could improve and get together and pull through for getting a larger audience and a larger like market share for WordPress. So enjoy, Karim.
Morning. How is everybody? Good? Awesome. So-so, huh, no? All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for coming. I'm really, really, really humbled and honored to be here at WordCamp Asia, the first one. It's amazing to see the WordPress community come out for everything that's going on here, and I'm just really grateful that you guys chose me to come up here and share some of our stories with you. So let's talk about bringing together open source and the MarTech stack and where the future is going with that. So why am I up here? I have the privilege of working at CrowdFavorite. I am the CEO and chief strategist. CrowdFavorite, for those of you who don't know, was started by Alex King. Alex King was one of the original contributors to the first release of WordPress. His team in Denver did some amazing things in the very early years when everybody thought that WordPress was just a blog. I love open source. I love everything that is open source, and I believe it is the future of the enterprise. I started my career in closed source enterprise systems. I started my career in the dawn of the CMS and trying to understand what the enterprise needed. So even though I've been doing this here for almost 30 years and I've been in the WordPress community since 2012, I'm still learning, and every year there's something new and exciting. So let's talk about why some of these big major brands choose WordPress. We've had 16 years experience at CrowdFavorite scaling these brands and using open source software, mostly WordPress, to actually bring these brands to life and help them get their information, their marketing, and publishing out there. A note about buzzwords and lexicon. There's a lot of talk about CMS, Agile CMS, DXP, multi-channel, omni-channel. Everybody uses something different, but the bottom line is, if you look back in history, we had everybody thinking about the web, everybody thinking about what we're going to publish on the web. We're going to move the brochures. We're going to move publishing to the web. Then we started talking about interacting with the web. It doesn't matter what you call it. The idea is, where are we going with transmitting information and communicating with each other? So as these terms come in and out of fashion, just don't worry about it. Now, one of the things I love about coming to these WordCamps is sitting down and just going, poof. Yesterday, I had the luxury of sitting in Alberto's talk, and he said something when he was addressing the consumer market and what social closed platforms are doing that just, I went, that's exactly the point also for the enterprise, for the big brands. Everybody, when they approach the enterprise, they're like, tell me what features you need. Tell me how to add personalization. Try to tell me how to add progressive profiling. And it's not about that. It's about creating these use cases, creating these stories. So again, hats off. Thank you, Alberto. You helped me actually expand my way of thinking on this. But I do want to talk to you from the enterprise perspective, from the client's perspective, because we come to these WordCamps and we think of things in the ways have said. So the most asked questions that we get asked when we do strategy engagements with our clients is, how do we get past the idea of pushing assets out there and talking about getting out there with omni-channel and bi-directional and all these other buzzwords about really communicating with our clients? How do we get there, get out there and really use the web, open web, applications, social media, all these things? How do we do that? Well, they think about it in the term, for those of you who already work in the enterprise, I'm boring you, as the 360 experience for the customer, right? So what ends up happening is they're all talking about personalization. They're all talking about reaching out to those different data channels you see out there. And it's a very pretty picture you see. You see the customer at the center. You see, oh, look, there's like 2 or 3 things that you have to hook up. It's all going to be very simple, right? Well, in the WordPress space, we've had the rise of the API. And that's allowed us to bring data in from different sources. And as we brought data in about communicating better, this is really exciting. And in 2015, well, that's when we went from taking literally an isolated moment of a WordPress installation in the box. It was a very low level of effort for marketing teams. Marketing teams said, I'm going to just log in, and I'm just going to try and get this published. And everybody fell in love with WordPress on the marketing side. The Walt Disney Company in 2011 made a 10-year commitment to WordPress and open source. They moved off a closed source system called Go Publish. It was written in Visual Basic, for those of you who remember what that is, to WordPress. They've renewed that commitment. They're going at least another 10 years with WordPress. Why? Because they could sit down and they could teach somebody how to use WordPress in 5 minutes. Posts, pages, the concepts of adjusting your theme. So all of a sudden with the API, the REST API, we started seeing, wow, we can do more with WordPress. Let's do that. Let's plug all these things in. It's amazing. All right? So what ended up happening? We started making the websites more complex. We started adding all these little features, right? So we're looking at it like this, right? We're looking at it like the opportunities are endless, but what ends up happening is we have a limitation in what we can do when it comes to creating that admin experience. Marketing teams started having to do more and more work to get the information out there. So while we in the WordPress space and the open source space are looking at it like this, what's happened? I'm going to skip to the end to just show you a preview. Clients are looking at it like this. This is one of the largest telecom communication companies in the US, right? They don't think about it as, I'm just going to hook up a couple of things. They actually are thinking about it as a complete 360 experience. And the smallest icons on the screen are actually the technology that they're using. They're actually thinking about how do we connect these things. So getting back to our story, we were very excited. The promise of multi-channel. We're going to actually be able to do this. Then we started adding all these channels. We started adding the way that we're going to administer the website and the amount of content we're going to bring in and out of there. What ended up happening is those channels grew. Those channels grew exponentially. Marketing teams started going, this is insane. It's a lot of work. So as we moved over here to duplex data, going back and forth, the level of work, the level of configuration, the level of bringing things together got more and more difficult. So the rush to create this multi-channel, this omni-channel, ended up with marketing teams just pulling their hair out saying, we have too many interfaces, our workflows are unperceivable. So, what do we do? What other choices are available as a marketing team? Well, when we look at WordPress, what ended up happening, the feedback that started coming back was, if you already work in enterprise WordPress, this is like a bingo game. These are all the reasons why your clients say, we don't want to base things on WordPress. This is way too complicated, right? All of us who already have been there know how to answer each one of these questions, but this is the perception when the marketing team brings in their own IT stack, their own IT team, and says, hey, we're thinking about using WordPress for something more complex. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, as we say, this is how they were selling Adobe Experience Manager and Sitecore. Now, those of us who are experienced in WordPress in any form know that that last column is not true. We can absolutely do those things in WordPress. But this is the sales proposition out there. And what that's created is that's created the perceived choices around you can either have what they call an all-in-one DXP, or you can go to the MarTech stack. And they've said, look, we have all these features. On the DXP side, we can give you all these things. And again, if we had time on stage, I could literally break down each one of these and explain to you, we can deliver those things, but we'll get there in a second. Meanwhile, the MarTech stack from 2011 to 2020 went from 150 SaaS platforms to over 10,000. It's amazing the things you can do out there with SaaS platforms today. But do you want to make choices like this for your marketing team? Each one of those tiny little dots is a company, is a platform, is an idea. And they're saying, we want to sell you our features, just like Alberto said. We want to sell you our features, not our use cases. So how are we going to sell against that, right? Well, let's talk about what's wrong with them. If anybody says, I can't do it with WordPress because I want to use one of these all-in-one systems or one of these closed source systems or SaaS, here's a list of things that you can deal with. Here's the things that you can talk to your clients about and talk to people in the community about. Not only is there black box and software lockout, but when you talk about the SaaS lock-in with the data, which we're going to get to a little bit later, when you talk about the way things are disguised in the selling process, it's a completely different experience of using data than if you've ever used open source before. So what are the major points we use to be able to say, let's look at open source in the enterprise? We actually talk about the fact that there is no vendor lock-in. If you don't like the vendor you're using for open source, you can move from one to the next. We're always joking about it in the enterprise space. There's a few firms that sometimes we just keep rotating clients depending on who they bring on board or have leave. You can innovate faster. Why? Because we're using these open source libraries, because we can play with sandboxes. You can customize without these massive regression tests, because at the very beginning we're using these automated and human systems to make sure that things are going well. You have the massive install base. That's the second most important thing that we hear. We have this massive install base. So if you install Adobe Experience Manager in the enterprise, you have a few thousand developers out there who are really experienced in Adobe Experience Manager. How many tens of thousands of WordPress developers are in this community? It's amazing. And every day, all of you are getting to the next level of what you can do in the WordPress space. So, but what really ends up being the winner in the enterprise conversation is TCO, total cost of ownership. I can't tell you the amount of times we have been able to actually get into a bidding process that was only for closed source because we said, not only are you going to save on licensing costs, but if done right, your running total cost of ownership will lower and lower and lower. There's a lot of case studies around what IBM did with Red Hat starting in the 90s that really proved that for the enterprise. And we're just using those same models today. This is not new business theory. So let's quickly discuss the technology range that's available in the perception. This is the way the IT department with the technology Marcom folks thinks of things. They think of things from all the way from let's do something completely bespoke, and I left it with open source PHP right now, to let's do a complete turnkey product. And you can see WordPress and Drupal, and now a little bit more advanced Acquia with some of the things they're doing in hosting that aren't part of the Drupal project, are being perceived as the next step. But there's this giant gap, the enterprise gap. What can we do to fill that? Well, we can use open source as a hub to not completely compete with the SaaS market, to not completely compete with the MarTech stack, but to actually use it as a hub to connect to the market, to the SaaS stack. If you think of WordPress and open source as an actual hub with the spokes coming out functionally, you start getting this idea that actually you don't have to write everything within your application, within WordPress. If you do it in a performant way, you can bring data back and forth. So looking back at these massive features that these DXP platforms say they have, right? They're saying, oh, well, we have all these things. If we break that down, what we end up with is three basic parts. We end up with trying to push content or manage a channel. We end up trying to do integrations, and we end up with a lot of legacy stuff that the enterprise still deals with. If you break it down into those three sections, let's talk about it from the WordPress way for a second. I'm going to switch streams and come back to the way we think about things here in this community, right? We think about things with a core, like WordPress, and then we put plugins around it, and then we put more extensive open source libraries around it if it's really complex. And then on top of that, we're starting to connect to things. Well, by doing that already today, we can start creating the same feature stack that they're selling within MarTech in closed source. We can actually do that. But instead of trying to really figure out how to sell against the feature set, we do need to keep in mind the story, the user story, the customer story. So let's take a look at it again back from the perspective of the client, because this is sort of the crux of this talk, and then we'll get to how it gets taken away. If you start from an open source core, right, it's important to have embedded around it the right platform. At CRUD Favorite, we call it sort of the platform as a service. This is going to be your managed hosting. This is going to be your extension into the physical world, serverless as it's coming up, all those wonderful things. Then around that, you have these core services that can be expressed as plugins. They can be expressed as different ways of getting the story accomplished for the enterprise. And then finally, you're actually looking at outside your main stack. How are you connecting to these things, right? So as we do that, I'll quickly, instead of giving you all theory, I'll give you some actual live examples on the internet today. And some of this is interesting if you've never seen it before. For the Walt Disney Company, in 2014, we started building a site that started getting away from the core concept of just the content, because they came to us and they said, we need to build a website that on day one is going to have 14 million assets. We're going to need a website that instead of going through the typical process of workflow that you do in WordPress, we're going to have to turn pages and posts into shows and episodes. And we're going to have to figure out how to completely change the workflow, because we have 8 people to manage 25,000 shows and over 250,000 episodes. 8 people. Oh, and by the way, this has to do it with sunset and sunrise of different content in different countries because of licensing rights. It was amazing. That system still live today. It's still being developed. They're having changes. In fact, they're now bringing Hulu and the Disney Plus into the system. Academic partnerships. Academic partnerships is a great example of how an agency and a managed hosting company like WP Engine were able to look at an RFP that went out for an enterprise client, and that RFP didn't say we're looking for a website. That RFP said we're looking for AEM, Adobe Experience Manager, or Sitecore, or a competitor. So it was written with questions as a product. We went to WP Engine, we said, we want to answer this as a product. We're not going to hide WordPress, we're not going to hide WP Engine, but we want to answer the questions without making the distinction. Not only did we win the project, but the real-life example saved them a ton of money, and it's now a case study that's winning over closed source into the open source space. The US Olympic and Paralympic Museum in Colorado Springs, Colorado, they came to us and said, we have an in real life museum that is digitally set up. You are walking through physical spaces, you are interacting with the space, and we need to have you have an interesting experience before, when you get your tickets and you're getting ready to come, in the museum, and then we want to keep that relationship going after you leave. The only way we could do that, because they looked at closed source systems, was by extending the APIs. And it turned out that a lot of the physical hardware in the museum, those vendors were using open source to run the hardware. So it was actually easier to hook up our APIs than it would have been if they had to use closed source systems. For Janus Henderson, I'll go quickly on this one. We were able to quite literally hook up big data into WordPress and also run everything through federal filters for investments, all sorts of legal fun stuff and compliance stuff, in a way that, again, only the closed source systems have been able to do now. For those of you who've never heard of LKQ Corporation, LKQ Corporation is a 95% monopoly on used car parts in the world, including here in Asia. They have hundreds of brands throughout the world that they need to manage, and they manage it all through WordPress, even though the sub-sites and sub-countries are every single other platform you can think of. Finally, before we get back to our story, Insperity, a large HR firm in the US, they were on Sitecore for years, and one of the major reasons they were on Sitecore is because they used a feature called progressive profiling, and it was a core of their sales team and a core of their business. Just to give you an example, they were able to save between 35 and 40% year over year for 4 years in a row by switching from Sitecore to open source. You can't do that. You can't see those savings if you're stuck on a roadmap of a closed source system. I'm going to mention Emmys real quick because it's an ongoing project that is based on WordPress, and it's starting to push the limits of what we can do in WordPress. It's starting to push the limits of really how do we extend the features without having to say, we're going to have to use WordPress only for a piece of it. There's a lot of the pieces here that technically, if somebody wants to talk about it later, that we have to do with Laravel and other ways. We're still keeping it open source, but we're trying to figure out how to do that. And what does that look like? That looks like this. As we've gotten to this point now of what we call these digital experience platforms, the level of effort is so high for the marketing teams that they're saying, we can't deal with one more interface. We can't deal with what we're going to do. So as we've started to say, how do we deal it? How do we deal with these things? What's come up is this. We think about things as, okay, we're just going to connect all these applications in. We're going to use smart data connectors, and it's just going to be easy. You're just going to throw it into a database. The reality is it starts looking like this. You start having these data lakes and data warehouses. Again, this is conceptual. All the engineers can come ask me about it later. And that allows us to start doing things like this, which is really exciting to the enterprise. Thies was on stage saying that when you're starting out, data isn't important. It's absolutely true. Run your business, get to that next stage. a lot of the enterprise clients, they make their decisions only based on the data they can do because they've reached sort of that spot in the experience. And being able to do that is absolutely incredible. So what ends up happening, though, is we get back to this. Instead of having just a few things to integrate, by the time you're done with a conversation, who wants to manage that? None of us do. It's up to us to convince the SaaS world that they have to be compatible with open source. That for them to expand to their market, this is important, for them to expand to their market, they have to come to us in the open source world because we will have the rest of the customer experience besides the very vertical slice that they have. So this is leading to a new opportunity. Some of the things that we're actively right now talking with our clients about is this, data lakes. How do you take, symbolized by the colors, separate SaaS sources, bring it into a data lake where you own all your data, all your information. You can imagine some of these clients who they are from my slides earlier, and then parse it back out for use outside of that system. They want to own their own data just like the consumer does. They have the luxury of being able to spend the money to start having these conversations, and it's amazing. So, back to this. We are looking at these moments and these times where we're saying, we've covered that middle area in the hub there. How do we make that intelligent data warehouse? How do we bring that there? And then past that, how do we start sharing that data within the enterprise? Open source can do that better than anything else. Again, done right, all sorts of caveats. We are the only community of technology that we can actually bring this stuff together. That will allow us to be sort of the center of the conversation when it comes to bringing these applications together if we do this right. But we have to band together as an open source community like we have in the past to say, we can be the future of technology in the enterprise. We can be the answer for big brands. Why? Because then we can truly create this omni-channel experience. We can truly manage the data for our clients. We can truly bring these things together. And what does that end up doing? Well, that brings us to the point where we're going to hit the other end of the bell curve. It's getting easier and easier as we unify these experiences, as we say we want APIs to other systems so that we can bring a unified workflow to the experience of the marketing team. It starts to go down. Today we are solidly right here in the digital experience platform, and we are solidly moving towards a fully modular DXP, the truly composable solution, because we are bringing down the level of difficulty for marketing teams to manage more. But to do that, as a community, we're going to have to work together to actually bring down the overhead of making unified workflows. Everybody here who is in design knows about atomic design in graphical design. We have to apply that to UI and UX at a technical level so that, imagine if we had a standard of a technical standard around atomic UX design so that we had a common set of, I'm going to use a word, hooks, filters, what have you, that did this. Well, that gets us solidly on the road of the possibilities of the future. Now, I grew up with the term brick and mortar. I'm just finding out the newest thing is phygital. I think it's awesome, but some people are laughing at me. I think it's funny as hell. So, where do we get to the future? How do we do this? The answer, my friends, is this community. The answer is pushing open source into the enterprise because it benefits everybody, including medium business, small business, and the individual contributors to the individual projects, even down to the blog level. So I hope this has been something of an eye-opener. I hope you've seen something new and interesting. Thank you so much for your time, and anything I can do to answer some questions.
Thank you. Please raise your hands. Everybody except Noel, please. Sorry. Yeah, give him. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. So this is Mizan. So it's really amazing. Thank you very much. So my question is, I mean, since you have been working with a different enterprise, and you have like AEM, Sitecore is like pretty strong over there. So is there any case where the client is already using kind of AEM there, and you could convert into WordPress? And if yes, what was the approach? I'm just curious to know, because enterprise has lots of budget and they are more into that kind of Adobe, or they're more comfortable, I would say. I mean, and they have lots of budget that need, sometimes it feels like they need to spend that budget anyway. So I'm just curious to know that journey.
If I understood the question right,
yeah.
Are there enterprises using this currently, or are they moving?
No, I mean, for instance, they might be already using AEM.
Yes.
And you approached them and you converted them to WordPress, something like that.
Yes.
Is there any case?
The example I used was the HR company Insperity.
Okay.
They were already on Sitecore. I have others that I can't talk about on stage, but there are a few large brands at both AEM, Sitecore, Liferay, Bloomreach.
Right.
They get to a point where the costs are so high, both of licensing, total cost of ownership, of trying to upgrade to their next level, that they come to us and they say, can you give us an idea, a thumbnail sketch of what the total cost of ownership would be of this feature set in open source?
Right.
That's been happening. The interesting thing that's happening now is enterprises are saying, wait, before I actually only get RFPs from closed source systems, let's also include some open source alternatives. The problem is that we are losing the battle of trying to show that WordPress is an alternative. People are flocking right now to Acquia as the open source alternative. We need to show our power because we are the larger community and we have more roadmap ahead of us.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi. This actually marries perfectly my next question. So our agency works specifically with Drupal and with WordPress. And we see all the enterprise clients going directly with Drupal. Now, you mentioned just before, it's like, if we want WordPress to start lowering the curve, we need to work together as a community and to show the power of the community. What I find with the WordPress community, which, by the way, I love, so this is not a criticism, but it's just a difference from what I see between the Drupal community and the WordPress community, is that the Drupal community comes in together as open source and works on single projects together. You don't have a situation like in WordPress where you've got, let's say, 4 or 5, maybe 6 main form plugins. You only have web form where everybody contributes and it is mostly to do with, like it's not priced, it's not, there's no premium.
Right.
So I don't know, I feel that that is something that from a client perspective raises a lot of problem and question, at least with the conversation that I'm having with our clients.
Okay. So if I understand the question, we're talking about the differences in how the WordPress project sometimes approaches things as opposed to the Drupal project approaching things in a little bit more of an ERP or planned fashion. I completely understand. Now, I don't know if Josefa's in the room, but a lot of us are trying to apply pressure to innovate on how we approach things within the WordPress world. But at the same time, I'm going to take the other stance. And I'm also going to say, the more we move towards this model of talking about what we can do for the clients, the less they care what's going on inside the project and how. They only care of the results. I have 1 in 10 clients who do the research to find out what's going on literally on the feature track of WordPress when we're talking to them, even in the deep IT departments. They're much more interested in the possible roadmap that we could bring them or how we're going to compete with the incredible marketing that is going on with these closed stack systems in the DXP Forrester Gartner area.
Hi.
Okay.
I have a question here. Hi. So I just wanted to add to the previous person's previous question. Here, I am here. Okay.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. So can you tell me the 3 difficult questions an enterprise asks when you approach them for an open source project, when including open source solution like WordPress and other stuff? Can you describe those 3 difficult questions, and can you tell me how you actually answer them in order to reduce the sales cycle? Because the questions and the things that they ask, right, and actually it involves a huge amount of processes that actually delays the entire sales cycle, and the majority of the people in the WordPress community are in the small and medium businesses, and it is very difficult for them to handle, you know, such a large sales cycle.
Right. Oh, did that go off? Okay, good. So these are the most asked questions right here. But to get to what I think is the key to your answer is, in our small sliver of WordPress, where we deal with clients at our scale, they were asking years ago about security. They were asking years ago about the same questions that I got a few nights ago when I went to a local meetup about how are we going to compete against the basics of what medium-level closed source systems are giving us. And the answer really is with managed WordPress partners for hosting, with having DevOps people on your team or knowing a DevOps team. Really, these things get to be answered for them. I'm not sure if I understood the question past that level, but really these questions are the ones coming up once they're not looking at how do we push forward just a piece of content, but how do we have that two-way relationship with our customer? How do we take advantage of all the incredible innovations, right? We've been playing with OpenAI since the first instant they made it available out there, but it seems like yesterday or last month that all of a sudden it blew up, right? Now everybody wants to talk about it. Thank goodness we had the resources at Crowd Favorite to already have played with that so we could answer our clients' questions. But really, depending on the scale of the client you're working with, the answer is I would always try to move them to look past the technology. You should be their trusted partner in trying to work through that to what is their, as Alberto said, what is their user story? What is their goal? Not what is their feature set. I hope that helps.
Noel, please, I'm curious for your question.
Sounds good. Hey, Kareem.
Hey.
Your friendly competition here. Thank you so much for the talk. I think it was very insightful, necessary, and timely. We absolutely need to be talking about all these things, and you actually ended up going a lot deeper than I assumed, which is great because we don't often go into such detail about the enterprise at these conferences. So I'd love to go back to this most asked question about pushing content to true omnichannel. And you spoke to the hub and spoke model in terms of, how do we do that for content? And I love that, we have precedence, and then to a large degree with CDPs and customer data platforms, because they've essentially gone through the whole roller coaster of adoption, disruption, and ultimately getting to a point where large enterprise now owns their customer data and their customer behavioral data. And they've moved away from the Twilio segments, and they've gone into Snowflake, and the data is there. And for me, there's only two big thematic pieces in these data lakes. It's customer data and there's content data. And the challenge I have with WordPress and what I'm trying to overcome, and these are conversations that you and I and Robert and everybody else has, is that how do we not only how do we compete with the Adobes and the Sitecores around this content model, but then how do we also make it even more exciting? And you've used the word composable quite a lot around. So I think the word that I'm pursuing, obviously, or phrase is composable content platforms. I would love for WordPress to be able to attain a point where it does not have the perception of purely a web-centric content platform, but a really open source,
I'm with you.
solve the world,
I'm with you.
composable content. I know you are.
Yeah.
How do we do that? How do we make it exciting? How does enterprise get to feel the WordPress love and be a part of that?
I'm glad you're sitting next to Alberto, because literally his slides from yesterday, no, seriously, his slides from yesterday, that's exactly the point. I'm going to say something that might be controversial for the project, but this is conceptual. I'm not talking about any one line of code, so please don't, come and get mad at me. But we have to make everything more composable and modular. Okay? In 2014, we had to replace media content in WordPress with a digital asset management tool. We didn't have a choice. It's one of the most complex things that we did in that time because we had to make it seamless. That is becoming more of a standard in the enterprise. That's becoming more of a standard, not to pick on the media manager, but to look at everything else. The more we look at making WordPress performant yet a little bit more modular, the more we can say it really is a standard, because if you do want to play with it at any level, from the democratization of publishing and somebody starting a blog all the way up to the Walt Disney Channel or anybody else using them, Walt Disney Corporation or anybody else using them as a full solution across the enterprise, you really need to figure out how to deal with some of the issues that we're talking about, whether it's backwards compatibility, whether it's composable, being able to not add bloat to the project, being able to add it in a way that you can say, yes, we have these pieces. When we're in a consumer market, we have these other pieces in small business, medium business, and then the enterprise. This is possible. These are proven things that are already done in other technologies. We just need to apply them to the project. And frankly, we, not anybody, but we need to decide that it's a priority for the future of the project, for the sustainability of WordPress.
Next question. I'm Courtney Robertson from GoDaddy Pro, dev advocate there. And I am fascinated with the understanding of open source MarTech and how that would impact the enterprises that begin to embrace all open source MarTech. WordPress as its hub, but then all of those other data lakes and spokes that you spoke about, how the enterprises are going to address upgrading the open source. Is that going to come back to agencies that help get them set up? Is that going to create departments in the enterprise sector to maintain their own updates and be more aware, because they've relied upon these third-party systems, Salesforce, et cetera, because they handle their own software development. But as new development comes along, as we know with WordPress, new software, new functionality, how are enterprises addressing maintenance and upkeep of all of that?
Okay, complex question. I'm going to try to get to different aspects of it as quickly as I can. Robert's going to pull me off stage, I'm sure. But a couple of different aspects there. Aspect number one, a lot of us agencies write our contracts so that we're not doing work for hire, we're not assigning the rights, and the way we explain that to our clients is by saying, we are using what we've learned on the last project in open source to help you. We need to have the right to help the next person. And when we make those advances, there's literally plugins at this event, products and hosting companies that have received code from Crowd Favorite, HumanMade, and others to help, and then made its way back into core, made its way back into the process. That's one aspect. The other aspect, some of our larger clients are actually asking us to participate in giving some of the innovations we're doing back to the project. There's a lot of things going on in the project, as we heard earlier. It's about priorities for the project, and unfortunately, I don't have a say in that. But most importantly, It's about trying to explain the true lowering of the total cost of ownership for the enterprise, at least, is looking at a model that was developed quite literally 24 years ago by IBM and Red Hat, where they said Red Hat is going to be its own flavor. If you don't want support, go ahead and download Fedora. You can play with it all your own. In the meantime, you can go to IBM for a support contract, and they will be what we call in the enterprise your one throat to choke. So we provide that service for our clients. Like, you don't have to go to the WordPress community. You don't have to go and find out from Gravity Forms or from Yoast what their roadmap is. We will be your trusted partner. We will maintain that relationship. And certain products, like the ones I just mentioned, are really good partners for the enterprise. They're like, yes, this is what we're doing. Yes, we understand you're having this particular problem in the enterprise. And they've made adjustments, and they've kept the enterprise so that they're more interested in open source. So it's important to literally have a community aspect, even a community of companies, not just a community of individuals. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Anyone else a question? Anyone else? Okay, Karim, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So the other competitors of us, they are having the cuffs off, they're simply attacking us. They're simply attacking WordPress, going like, as you showed, this is not working. Mm-hmm. What could we do as WordPress, and what could we do as open source systems to like work on that in a short manner?
Sorry. What
can we do? What can we do as open source systems to like work on that and be more a competitor to them?
It doesn't have to be one community. For us to be able to solve some of the problems that I showed here today, it doesn't have to be one giant community all trying to solve all the problems at once. We can create focus areas of the community, like we did with the Gutenberg project. We can create ways to focus on markets like that. We can still maintain backwards compatibility and be accepting and inviting and inclusive of young 18-year-olds who want to just learn their first line of code and write their first plugin. And at the same time, we can come all the way over to the enterprise and look at how to create a modular way to create a unified way of UX, a unified workflow for the enterprise clients. It can be done, but we have to, as a community, decide that we don't have to only laser focus in one direction. And I think that's coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you for telling us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
will
wait,
open.
wait.
No,
Just wait a
after it's
second.
all done.
Yeah. Okay, okay.
So I will introduce.
Yeah.
She'll come on and she'll.
Yeah, okay. Great. Sorry.
Kareem, nice to meet you. I don't know if you remember, we met in Fresno.
Hello? Hello there. Good afternoon to everyone. Can we make some noise, please? Good afternoon, everyone. Excellent. I've been told that most of the stalls outside are out of swag. So if we make enough sound, everyone will come back in here. Let's make some noise. Whoa! We have an awesome panel up for you in just a few minutes. While they're miking up and getting ready and getting all set, I wanted to make sure that everyone enjoys this panel, so we need to attract people in there. The doors are open. And one more time, let's scream and get these people excited about coming in here. You know how it is when there's something noisy happening somewhere? Everybody wants to go and see what's happening there, right? Let's make that noise in this room, people. 1, 2, 3. Whoa! Okay, let's see. Anybody coming in? Some people left. I don't know what happened to them. No, don't worry. It's not going to be so noisy. The panel is better than us. Okay, 2 people came in there. Two people more. That's our achievement. Okay, so I'm going to be introducing the moderator of today's panel, Angela Jin. She's exposed to WordPress from 2012. That's 11 years ago, but she's been actively a part of the community from 2018. She lives in Madrid, Spain. Thank you so much for coming all over from Spain. And she works at Automatic as head of programs. And get this, contributor experience. How many people are contributors here? Oh, you know all the problems you're facing. And you know who to catch. Catch Angela after the call, after the chat. She's going to be coming up on stage in a few seconds, and she's going to be introducing the awesome panel. The panel is going to be talking about community building in WordPress, local community building. Angela herself is a passionate community builder. She does it herself. She's been a part of WordCamps around the world. She's been part of setting up meetups, WordCamps, flagship WordCamps, and she's going to be running this panel today. Okay, Angela, please come on.
All right, thank you. All right, hello everyone. All right, who's having a good time at WordCamp Asia? Oh, come on, come on. Who's having a good time at WordCamp Asia? Yes, thank you. And that's fantastic because in addition to these big flagship events, we have, last I checked, 784 local WordPress communities across 115 countries. Pretty cool, huh? And it's each of these local communities that have the potential to go on to organize WordCamps and work together to create regional WordCamps and come together to create events like these. Who here knows about their local WordPress community? Show of hands. All right. For those of you watching from home, that was about like 50% of the crowd here. And that's fantastic because anyone who is enthusiastic about WordPress can get involved in their local community, or if there isn't one already, start their own. And if that sounds really exciting but also kind of scary to you, I get it. This is a fantastic community, and with that comes great responsibility. And so we've gathered this panel here today because every one of our panelists has, at one point or another, built their WordPress community. And so let's get to meet them. If you'll join me on stage. Oh, we're getting mic'd up. All right, fantastic. Thank you all so much for joining me today. I'm going to ask you all to introduce yourselves, if you don't mind. We'll just go down the line here, and if you can share your name, your company, where you call home, and one unique thing about your local WordPress community.
Yeah, my name is Amit. I'm from Nepal. So I would say I'm from WordPress Nepal. So one good thing about the WordPress Nepal is we've organized like 16 WordCamps so far. That's the really important.
Hi, my name is Miriam Schwab. I'm from Israel. I have been in the WordPress industry for a long time, about 15 years. I founded an agency. Then I founded a company called Stratic, which was recently acquired by Elementor. So now I work at Elementor. I'm head of WordPress relations there now. This is a new role for me. I love being part of the community locally, and I think it also gives me an opportunity to be part of the community globally. And I'm just really, really excited to be here. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Megane. Thank you. I want to read my script, right? Yeah. I'm running WordPress community agency, WordPress agency MGN. We are sponsoring WordCamp Asia as theme park. I am previous WordCamp Tokyo organizer, and I also participate as a volunteer staff and speaker. Can I make sense? Like this? Thank you so much. Yeah, in Japan, WAPU was born in Japan, and almost meetup groups and almost every WordCamps have each origin WAPU. My country have a lot of WAPU's country. Thank you so much. I'm so excited about joining. Thanks for having me.
Hi, my name is Asif. And I see a lot of my team members. I'm from Bangladesh. This time we are actually over, I think like close to 250 or 300 people from Bangladesh attending, and all of them needed a visa to come here. So they put a lot of energy. And when we are talking about community, that's the kind of ecosystem we are actually building. I am with WordPress since 2004. I'm a core contributor. I'm also a WordCamp organizer and trying to help as much as possible. And my company, WP Developer, that I co-founded, work exclusively for WordPress. We have several plugins and solutions for WordPress. Thank you.
Namaskar everyone. My name is Rahul and I'm from Kolkata. I'm one of the organizers from WordCamp Kolkata. Professionally, I'm a content marketer and very humble and happy to be here. Thank you everyone.
All right. Well, let's get started. I'm really excited to be here with all of you today. And we talked about something unique about our communities. And Miriam, if you don't mind, I'd like to start with you. What is something unique in your community that has either helped to propel community growth or has been a challenge for it?
So I would say that the Israeli WordPress community is pretty evenly divided between very hardcore developers, people who are technologists, and they do not want to hear content or learn anything about marketing or SEO, or that's so not in their wheelhouse. They just want to know about the latest innovations in terms of how you can develop and deploy WordPress websites. And that's always exciting, and I think it keeps a high level of content in our community. And then there are the people, I guess I would say an equal amount, of people who are interested in using WordPress as a marketing tool. And then you have a lot of those within companies who are using WordPress, and you have the technologists and the content creators and the marketers who are working together to use that WordPress site to achieve business goals. And those are the types of people who were attending our meetups and our WordCamps. COVID, of course, did not help with that, but we're really hoping to reinvigorate because it's a very interesting and colorful community, and I think we can learn a lot from each other if we can get together again, which we hopefully will.
Fantastic. And yeah, we do have a lot to learn from each other. I know you all travel to a number of meetups and WordCamps. What has, beyond the things that make our communities unique, what have you observed that brings us together? Anyone like to start?
So you mean this for this conference?
This conference, meetups and WordCamps around the world, what brings us together?
I think in the case of Nepal or Nepalese, let's say, I cannot say in general for other communities, the life has changed because of the WordPress for the Nepalese as a whole who are into WordPress, because Nepal has this, people still don't know Nepal that we are also into tech. People know Nepal for different reasons, for tourism, for other factors. But because of the tech, because of the WordPress, we've been able to identify ourselves, our talent throughout the world that, okay, we are also capable of many things, because if you see the WordPress theme directed, there are 30% of the contribution from Nepal. So because of those life-changing moments, because of those impact that WordPress has given, we all feel like giving back to community, and that's why we are attending WordPress, not just in Asia. We also have participants in Bangladesh. We also attend WordCamp in US. So that's like giving back to community.
Fantastic. Yeah, and it can be life-changing. In fact, I'd love to hear a few stories of your first experience with WordPress events. I think, Megane, you and I were just talking about your first experience. What was that like?
Oh, I understand your Ignition. I'm so happy. Yeah, my first WordPress event was WordCamp Tokyo 2008. I have joined WordCamp held near Tokyo or in Japanese every year. Yeah, one quote inspired me then, first time. I remember vividly the quote that was used in speech, standing on the shoulder of giant. It means giant equal WordPress, right? This quote opened a new chapter for me. That meaning is we can use the power of giant, and we can spread the power of giant. That's so great and inspired me. Then I started WordPress blog community called WPD in 2012 when I became freelancer. And I be a CEO and we start after a company. Then I want to learn from others in the community. and also wanted to help others by writing in WordPress blogs and webs. Yeah, they're really finished updating, but our connection is, and heartful friendship continue today like this. Thank you.
Fantastic. And I think everyone who comes to this community, they have such a different experience. And I think, Asif, you also had a really interesting first time in this community. What was that like?
So for me, the first time I attended a WordCamp, it was in Australia. So, and it was also for the first time I was traveling out of my own continent. And in Australia, like no disrespect or anything, like the way they speak is very hard sometimes for us to actually adopt the accent. So, and I was one of the speaker, and it was before like 2010 or something. So when I was asked to speak, I was speaking so fast, and I completed my lightning talk in 5 minutes. Then I realized nobody understood anything. I spoke too fast. Then I completely resumed the whole session again. But you know, like something very strange happened on the very first experience for me in the WordCamp. I fall in love with WordCamp, and that changed my life. Like I have attended like over 100 WordCamps so far, and only one actually happened in my country. So breast hundreds of WordCamp is all through the world, and so for a lot of us, the community people or the people who love WordPress, a lot of things are not directly rational to the financial aspect of life and everything. For me, it's kind of a joy that I find with people. I would call like WordPress and WordCamp people are my people. And a lot of my friends, my best friends, are actually made from WordPress community or the WordCamps. And you see, like WordPress have developed so much. Now we see a lot of companies investing a lot in WordPress, and we have a lot of different programs like 545 or a lot of different things. But I feel like if you could give someone the joy of WordPress, the joy of the community, he will actually do a lot of contributions by their own. You can't actually pay someone and ask like you have to contribute. If you could actually make them understand the joy of WordPress and the open source community, then probably it's easier to develop the community. And this is actually an example, like WordCamp Asia is probably one of the finest community event because we gather around from all around the world. Like I think we have more people from our local community in Thailand than we have from all around the world this time, right? Yeah. So this is a really special event, and I would like to thank everyone who actually traveled, took the time, took all the energy to actually attend and express the same kind of energy for all of us.
Yeah. It's that sense of belonging is so important, and I think our community does a really wonderful job of trying to lower the barriers to participate and to make it as diverse and inclusive as possible, because that diversity does make us much stronger as a whole. And Raul, I believe you've done some diversity work in your community. What does that look like?
For us, diversity and inclusivity was always a priority. And although we are named as Kolkata WordPress Community, but it's just in the name, we believe that it is for everyone, not just for the local people. So I just want to share the experience that I have in last WordCamp that happened just very recently on December. We have audience from Bangladesh, Nepal, and we have speakers from Europe, US. And every time we do a WordCamp, we get huge support from all our neighboring countries. And we all represent Kolkata. And Kolkata, if you go with the history of Kolkata, like people of all across the subcontinent, they came and settled down. So we try to follow the same philosophy and try to make it comfortable and inclusive so that anyone from anywhere can come and join and be a part of WordPress Kolkata community. And I think that what makes WordCamp Kolkata also unique, that we are local, but not local. everyone is there. And slowly we are trying our best to build up the community much more in terms of number and also much more in terms of inclusivity. One priority that we have right now to balance the gender ratio, which I think is a common challenge between all the Indian subcontinent WordCamps and meetups. So that's something where we are working on. And also we are working on to increase and welcome more students, because today or tomorrow we will be too old to represent. So we need young people to come up and step up and take the responsibilities. So as a community, our two goals are to balance the gender ratio and to include more youngsters on the group.
Fantastic. All right. Well, and our hope here today is to inspire you to get involved with your local community. And so I do want to make sure that we have time for some questions. I believe somebody has mics out in the audience. Right over here. If you have questions, could you just raise your hand or wave or something, and we'll run the mic over to you. While that is happening and we're getting questions ready, I'd love to know, one thing that I love about this part of the world is that there are so many languages. However, that does make it really tricky for us to communicate with each other. Has this shown up in your communities, and how do you work across all those different languages?
So in the case of Nepal, even the Nepal itself has like 92 languages. It's just one country has that many languages. But there's one common language that we all understand, that is Nepali. So what we try to balance is, whenever we do our meetups, we try to conduct in Nepali language, because it's very comfortable for all the audience as well as the speakers. But when we do our WordCamps, so we have participants from other countries as well as a speaker, as well as a participant. So in the WordCamp, we try to include English. So that's how we balance, like in terms of the knowledge sharing. So whoever are comfortable with speaking in Nepali, they are more like speakers in meetups. And for the people who are more comfortable with the international languages, we invite them as speakers in the WordCamp. So that's how we balance. At the same time, we don't really judge depending on their accent or something. We make sure that we give equal opportunity for all the speakers and all the participants. Yeah.
Yes. Anyone else?
So at the Israeli WordCamps, we would generally have guests that would come from overseas as well. And so, while on the one hand, the local community preferred content in Hebrew, which, by the way, I was often surprised about, because Israel is quite a tech-oriented country and quite international, and people generally know English well. Still, the local community wanted content in Hebrew, which is legitimate. But we would want the international guests to feel comfortable as well and know what's going on. So first of all, we'd make sure to translate all of the content. The website, we would translate into English as well, and the schedule and the program. And then what we also tried to do was that we would have 2 or 3 tracks happening at the same time, and that at any given time, at least one session was happening in English, so that the international guests would feel comfortable being able to attend sessions as well, and they wouldn't have to feel left out. And then often they would be the ones giving the sessions. And so that way, we had content that the local community felt comfortable with, our international guests would be able to attend or speak at. And then also it meant that there was content going up onto WordPress TV that, from Israel, that people could understand as well. Although I remember when we started uploading the content in Hebrew, I think it was Andrea Middleton, she was very excited that for the first time WordPress TV was getting Hebrew content.
Yeah.
So I was excited that we were able to contribute that as well.
Fantastic. All right. Do we have questions from the audience? I see one over there.
Thank you. Thanks all for this discussion. So my question is, considering that, assuming that the community in your country is very small, that it's invisible, and there are no groups on Facebook to meet with people with interest in WordPress, how to go about starting a new community within your country.
Great question. How do we start a community in your country?
I will try. I want to question, today you coming here alone, right? Okay. Yeah, at first, my script writing in. At first, please check your neighborhood, communities, local team, or something. But actually, I heard from you, you don't have near neighborhood community, right? Okay, I see, got it. The huge and difficult, complicated question. But you are brave is now we can understand, and maybe everyone can help you, and we think with you, think for you, improve your country's community. Yeah, at first, please, I think better is, yeah, you want to more ask question to in our Slack, what Slack, yeah, right? Yeah, what Slack is best way to ask to around of something question. Do you have account at Word Slack? Sorry? Word Slack account. It is the official Word Slack group. Yeah, ごめんなさい. WordPress Slack. Yeah, WordPress Slack. Sorry. Community channel. Yeah. Let's try to join and please keep conversation in Slack.
Okay, okay, of course. Can I DM you on Slack?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great, thank you. Thank
you
very much.
Let's try it. It's okay? Do you have another idea about it?
So like if it's about like smaller local community and how they could develop, you see like what happens even for Bangladesh. We are mainly based in Dhaka, our capital. And in Dhaka, it's easier to do everything because we have people, we have a lot of university, we have companies to support, sponsor. But let's talk about the whole country. I'm actually very impressed about the Nepalese communities. Nepal is a very distributed country and mountainous, but they have grown WordPress community to different parts of Nepal. And the core organizer, the people who are actually pushing WordPress throughout the country, they actually help each other. So like if they are organizing like WordCamp Nepal, the nationwide event, they do it like in different cities every year. And I'm sure like they follow a lot of like things like how to actually have like more speaker, how to have like more support. What we are trying to do in Bangladesh right now, in Bangladesh we have a mountainous city called Sylhet. And they started WordPress community about like 1 or 2 years ago. And now they are organizing meetups very regularly. So when they organize meetup, in our meetup is a little bit more driven towards like session or like networking. So sometimes they invite people from Dhaka community. And we are seeing this trend all through the country. Like in a small city, if they are organizing a meetup, they will invite everyone from the country. And it actually helps each other to actually expose the community to even larger audience. And just recently, even Sylhet got approved for their own WordCamps. So in Bangladesh, the first WordCamp we are going to see in this year will be like WordCamp Sylhet. And I feel like this is a very proud moment how a smaller city could grow with the help of like the rest of the country.
All right, next question. All right, I see a hand over here. I can't quite see out into the audience, so you might need to really wave.
Hi, thank you for coming to Thailand and welcome to Bangkok. So my question is that as you can see that this event is happening in Thailand, but in Thailand we also have like a WordPress community, but what I see here is not a lot of Thai people coming to this event, which is like one of the biggest for WordPress. So how can I contribute, or we, in terms of Thai people, that is already existing community, but not that big and it's not that popular. How can we improve this community to be a little bit more for the local people in Thailand and make, even though a lot of businesses and agencies here use WordPress to do their own business and yeah, and gain momentum in terms of businesses. So the question is that how we can build a better and a bigger community and more unified in Thailand. Right.
It's actually like a very good question, and the main reason why maybe we do not see a lot of Thai people is about the community activations, and also we do that WordCamp Asia was very overhyped throughout the community in WordPress ecosystem. So whenever they release the ticket, it run out very soon. So if the Thai community is not very engaged and well informed about what's going on globally, they maybe even did not actually got chance to buy the ticket because ticket ran out so soon. And I actually even attended like few tech events in Bangkok, and I was amazed to see how bigger the tech ecosystem we have in here. Like they have a lot of software companies, they have a lot of companies influenced by Japanese or neighborhood countries, and this is a good community. Maybe if we could engage more young people, if we could go close to the university and tech institute you have in Bangkok or Thailand or other parts of Bangkok, Thailand, then maybe it will be easier to get more people into it. And like in a lot of other countries, when they started to have even meetups, sometimes they shared it in like a global Slack or other places. So if somebody is like traveling to Bangkok, maybe not from this town, but maybe traveling from Japan, because I see Japan has a lot of business and other things in Thailand. So that's how probably you could get started with. And I do feel like this particular WordCamp, the WordCamp Asia, will actually accelerate all the WordPress-related growth throughout the Thailand. So you will probably see a lot of things happening, and maybe attendees like you will actually take some initiatives and start gathering like people around and have like more meetups and other things.
I'll add a quick bit of facts in there because we've referred to the Slack channel a few times. If you don't know what that is, that's okay. There is a Slack instance where all of the contributors build WordPress together. It's called the Making WordPress Slack instance. And within that, there's a channel for every single team, and the community team has a channel there that supports meetup organizers around the world. And in fact, do we have any community deputies in here? You can just wave your hand real fast. I see Hari. All right. And one over there too. I can't quite see who you are though. But these are also the people who can help you get started and answer questions about meetups globally as well. So they are additional resources to you. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go for it.
Thank you. Just like regarding the expanding a community in Bangkok, so just wanted to share our experience because in the case of Nepal, it started with 3 people actually in 2007. Which expanded to now more than 1,000, or let's say in our WordCamp, we get more than 1,000 people. So the idea is to continue even if there are few people joining a meetup. So that is very important. That's something that Nepal has done right. Let's say even I was not a part of WordCamp or WordPress meetups in 2007. We were pretty like we were students. But it was, the WordCamp were happening every year, like they did not give up. And WordCamp was one of the major push because we went there and learned the stories about the people that WordPress is doing something better for them. So because of these stories that more people started joining these meetups and camps. So today, like, because 16 WordCamp is the reason why we've been able to expand. So my suggestion would be to not give up, even if it's the 3 people or 5 people, make sure that you continue your meetup, and that will eventually let you to expand your WordPress community for sure. Thanks.
Fantastic. All right, any other questions?
Hello.
Maybe one over there? Oh, sorry.
Hello. So I just want to reemphasize what he was saying. I'm from WordPress community Islamabad in Pakistan. So we started in 2016, and That was the initiative that we took to make a community in Pakistan. So there were only 2-3 people joining in a community. So the main goal is like, even if you see there are no as such people joining in a community, we did not give up. There was initial meetup where we have only 4 people coming in a meetup, 5 people coming in a meetup, but the main goal was to not give up. And at the end, we conducted 2 WordCamps there, and now we have almost more than 60-70 people joining in our meetup every month.
Amazing. Wonderful. Thank you for sharing.
Can I just share something about how we grew our
please.
community? So so I actually didn't start the community in Israel. It was someone else. He just picked it up and he organized 2 WordCamps. They were quite small. He did it in Tel Aviv. And then he was like, okay, that's enough for me. Because organizing WordCamps is definitely challenging. And I was like, okay, maybe I should try. And at the time, there was less of a push for meetups, so we weren't organizing like ongoing meetups. So I was like, okay, let's try to do a WordCamp. And it wasn't big, but it started, I think, just having these events and organizing them and getting people to start being aware of it. Like you were saying, start with a few, those people tell other people, and those types of activities is what ends up growing your community locally, because it's also motivating for those people who are showing up. They're learning from each other, they can collaborate with each other, and then they feel part of something bigger. That first WordCamp that I organized, I was like, I want Matt to come. So I emailed him, and he came. These days, I don't think Matt can go all over the world, but one way I felt like that strengthened our local community, because having people come from outside of the local community shows that we're connected, not just like where we are, but also around the world, which is one of the wonderful things about WordPress, that we're all connected to each other regardless of where we are. And it starts almost like with the grain that you plant, the seed that you plant in your local community, and then that helps you connect and grow to the other communities. So by kind of cross-pollinating, I guess I would say, having people come from outside, it like gives like a invigorating type of just new faith, new approach to your local community. And then also all of you who are here, and I know it's hard to go to international WordCamps. Believe me, I would watch from Israel while the WordCamps would happen in US, the main ones, and I could never go. It was too far, and I had babies, many babies. I could not travel that far. But then when WordCamp happened in Europe, it was closer, and it was the first time that I could actually go and connect with all these people that I was like huge fans of online, and I got to meet them in real life, which also helps bring back a kind of invigoration to your local community. The other nice thing about our community is that the people who we're big fans of are very approachable. You can just become friends with them. So I did, and then that led to like this kind of continuous relationship between our local community and the international community. And I started speaking at more international events, which brought more awareness about our community. And so just it's about taking the first step and making connections internally, but also outside of your country that can help you learn things that you can bring to your local community. And also it helps motivate in your own local community in terms of feeling connected like on a larger scale, which is, I think, very motivating.
Wonderful. All right, any other questions? Oh, right over there.
Hello, my name is Ade. I'm from Indonesia. So actually, I share the same feeling as the guy from Thailand. Yeah, like Indonesia is one of the most populated countries in Southeast Asia, but then there are only a few of us who attended the WordCamp Asia. And I'm very proud that some of the countries like Bangladesh managed to bring such a huge crowd to the WordCamp Asia. And yeah, so the question is, in Indonesia, the WordCamp community is not something new for us, but then we have plenty of theme creator, plugin creators, but unfortunately, like not many of them is actually kind of involved in the community activities. Yeah, like considering the low numbers of local meetups that's happening, and there was just like only one WordCamp happens last year. It was a really good start, So I would like to know, I'm curious to know like what happens in each of your countries probably that was kind of the defining moment, or how could you create such a consistent and persistent community, WordPress community growth in your country. So if you could just share some, there could be some, like one moment or tips that how you can get this consistent growth of momentum in the WordPress community in your country. Thank you.
I love that question. What was the defining moment that...
I could take the questions. So in Bangladesh, the WordPress exists for a longer time. My company is doing work related to WordPress for a longer time. But our community jump-started back in 2013, the time we started doing meetups. And like it's just my experience, sometimes those kind of development is driven by leadership. So if you have people who are dedicated, who are connected, and at the same time have the capacity to drive or gather people, it actually helps each other. And as I said, like I'm very much motivated from the Nepali community at the beginning. Like they started even earlier than us. They had really good WordCamps even before than us. And in Nepal, they actually, they're also driven by a few of the leaders, but they organize a lot of things very differently than we used to see in other places in the world. Like they used to, I heard they used to organize like workshop for younger people so they could get into theme development or those kind of things. And that actually helps to draw a larger audience. In Bangladesh, it also happened in the same way. We started to organize meetups. A lot of people got interested. A lot of young people who are probably doing some work in PHP or wants to get into design or website building kind of works. They started to attend WordCamps to listen and to network. And that's how it started. Like we even have a meetup that has close to 1,000 people, just a meetup. But still like close to 1,000 people. Most of our meetups still right now are like close to 70 or 100 people. So those kind of meetup could actually influence a lot of people. And last 3 years was very hard for all of us. Like we did not have not only WordCamps, like WordCamp Asia was supposed to happen on 2020. I'm very thankful for all the organizers who are keep working for nearly like 4 years. So, yeah, that's a very special thanks for all the organizers who are doing it for longer years. And if you think about like how we are not able to organize meetup for a few years, it actually caused some of the damage. And right now, as we are able to meet physically, as we are allowed to have meetups and WordCamps, this larger event, I think it will change a lot of things. And I even personally actually attended one WordCamp in Jakarta, and it was a very good experience. And in the same year, Indonesia had, I think, like 3 WordCamps in a single year. So Indonesia has a really good potentials. I think like as soon as we start to have the meetups again, we will see like more of the communities actually coming apart and coming together.
Yeah, I want to be honest about our meetups, and we have struggled with consistency. It's really hard. It was hard to get people to show up, and we were doing them in Jerusalem, which is a much smaller and less active community, but I was like, this is where we are, we're going to make it work. It was much harder. I recommend doing things that make your life easier. So for example, when we restart the meetups, we'll probably be in the Tel Aviv area where there's just more action. And I know that's not relevant for everyone, but I actually was talking to someone here who said something interesting, which was that they moved their meetups from the evening to the morning, like to 10 a.m. And I was like, and their attendance grew. Like, that's really smart, because evenings can be hard for people with families. The end of the workday, you're tired, you're going to start driving around. Like, who has strength? I know I barely have the strength to do that kind of thing. So you're like, okay, well, especially if people are working in this field, then it's work related. A 10 a.m. meetup makes a lot of sense, and people still have energy to do a thing like that. So something that I'm taking from that conversation, and I'm recommending in general, is to try different approaches. Try different frequencies. So some communities, more frequent works better, some less. The time, the day even, And if you can, bring like a local celebrity type of person, like someone that people know and are excited to hear from, and like push that with all your strength to get people to come to that meetup, and then they'll be like, oh, that's a cool group of people. Hopefully, like they will stay engaged going forward. So basically, test, A/B testing almost for your meetup.
I want more. I want to say other side. Yeah, we want to improve. We want to enjoy all together and improve number of people. Yeah, but I think I want to say don't be rush. Yeah, this is most and best Asia communities event. Then I think find your pace and keep it in order to continue contributing. This is, I think it's a key, another key point, right? Yeah, Japanese culture, like these consistent work. Yeah, it's like in Japanese it's shokunin. That means it's craftsmanship. Yeah, make it routines and participate regularly. For example, document team reps Akira Tachibana-san, document team rep, open translate hour every Friday night in Japan Slack. Yeah, it's a good experience and example for joining regularly. It's keep in touch easier and easy to connecting any your local people teams.
Wonderful. Yeah, that connection is really important. Raul, I'm so glad you're going to jump in here because India has such a vibrant community, and we talked about wanting a WordCamp India earlier today. I'd love to hear from you as well.
Thank you. So what I think, in order to grow any community, consistency is important. And we also need to think, like, I believe you're an organizer, so you need to think what is in it for the audience. Like, if they come to your meetup, what are they taking back with them? It can be some knowledge, it can be some value, it can be good networking, or it can just be a couple of hours of healthy, good conversation. So whenever we plan a meetup, we try to ask ourselves, like, if I am an attendee and I want to be a part of the meetup or attend that particular meetup, what will I gain from there? So if we can provide a value, and if people like get something, it does not have to be, you need to bring world-class speakers. You don't need to do that. You can pick people who are doing good job. If someone, for example, someone is running a startup, just approach them, ask them, invite them. Just outreach. As a community organizer, it is very important to communicate, outreach, and connect with people, invite them, and make it a safe place for them. You don't have to be the best speaker. You don't have to be, the most knowledgeable person, but you need to be approachable. You need to be a good human being first, and you will see automatically the things gets connected. Just be consistent and try to provide a value. And I think that's the only thing that will help you to, grow the community. And try to network with all the neighboring communities within your country and also outside. Try to plan meetups when you see other community members are coming to your city. It helps because first and foremost, you get a good speaker, and on the other hand, you have a scope of collaborating within the communities. So I would again like to quote from what I learned from Nepal community. So every time I go to Nepal for any of the WordCamps, I learn something from there, and I bring it back home and try to implement that. So if you really want to grow your community, you also need to attend and visit and see what other communities are doing. Try to learn from them, and if you see something good, just bring it on and implement. So I think that's the three things that needs to be done is create value, be consistent, be open, invite. Like, you should always have an inviting attitude. And that's it. I think this thing will help you.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. And We have so much to learn from each other, but unfortunately, we are at the end of our time here. However, all the panelists will be around and available in case you have any other questions, as will the community deputies as well. Thank you all so much for being here today. I hope you are all very inspired to start your local community. Thank you. All right. Thank you all so much. All right.
lights are so blinding, I won't see how empty the hall is. It looks very full from here. Yes, yes. Yes, thank you very much for everyone who's come here after having that lovely lunch. How many of you people enjoyed the lunch? Whoa. Some people are still enjoying the lunch. We're waiting for a few more people to join, and I thought I can distract you from your phones in the meanwhile until I can introduce, and I'll slowly introduce you the next speaker. A very interesting, very useful speaker. I can see some of you, I'm hoping some of you have actually seen his topic and come here. He's going to be talking about 5 for the future. How to contribute, demystify it, make it easy for you to contribute. Go and make a case back to your company to contribute. More importantly, he told me something very interesting. After your company decides to pledge time for 5 for the future, what next? That's been the big challenge, and that's what he's going to demystify, he's going to talk about. So let me talk a bit about Hari before he comes on stage. Hari Shankar. He's from Kochi, India. There's some people from Kochi, India here. Anybody from Kochi, make a sound. Okay, so you guys are all come to cheer your Kochi speaker. Nice. But he's the program manager for 5 for the Future at Automatic. And he's been a hobbyist WordPress blogger from 2006. And there's a very interesting piece of information about Hari and his wife. Both of them have been adopted by 3 cats. They've been lucky enough to be adopted by 3 cats. Now, they have not adopted the cats have adopted them. Those who know cats know what I'm talking about. So he's a very patient person, I'm sure. Much more patient than if he had 3 kids. So Hari is now ready to come on board. Give him a big hand, guys, and a big welcome. Hari Shankar.
Thank you for that very fine and very kind introduction, Karthik. And hello, WordCamp Asia. How are you all today? Tired after lunch? I see a very spirited crowd here, and you all make me excited to sort of be with you. And I want to say, like before I start my session, super excited to be here. I've always waited to attend WordCamp Asia. It's been my favorite WordCamp. Second only to my home WordCamp, WordCamp Kochi and WordCamp Kerala. But yeah, definitely the one after that. But super excited to be here, and it's been an amazing, amazing experience so far. I've talked to so many people. I've attended so many exciting sessions. It's been nothing but a joy, and I'm so, so happy to be here. And Karthik has done a wonderful job introducing me. I think he's been a bit too kind, but don't take him too much for granted. I'm just a normal guy like you. So let me get started. Today I'm talking about a topic, 5 for the future. And I don't want to be too long because I know that you're tired after lunch. The food here has been amazing. I've had a very full lunch. And I want this to be the most chilled out session at WordCamp Asia. Like, I just want to share a few points that I know about 5 for the future. And I can see a few sponsored contributors here and a few veteran contributors here. So if you all have anything more to add to what I'm saying, or if you would like to sort of like share more, I would love to hear from you as well. So, all right, without much ado, let's get started. So this is a very famous XKCD GIF. Who here knows XKCD? Yeah, I'm a big fan of the. I mean, I don't really agree with some of his things, but like in general, some of their comics are good. This is definitely one comic that I can relate a lot to. So the idea behind this is the infrastructure, the web infrastructure today is sustained by open source contributors. And there are some folks, some volunteer contributors, who've not gotten paid for their work, but the internet sustains due to some people, like this random person in Nebraska. It comes off as a joke, but for those of us who work in open source, you will know that this is a reality in the web. So I just want to quickly share this slide. It's from 2022. It's a report by an independent company. It's an open source security and risk analysis report which says that 88% of code bases have components that have not had development, which poses serious security issues. So these are, the web uses open source software, as you know, and 88% has components that have not been maintained. So why would that be? Again, we go back to many volunteer contributors who've spent their time working on these things. So do they really have the bandwidth to keep maintaining that? It could be one of the reasons why this is happening. So I don't know if you've heard this news. How many of you here have heard of Core.js, an open source library called Core.js? Yes. So the maintainer of core.js, he's going broke. So one thing to note is, including the WordPress project, core.js is there in almost every major website, including Netflix. It's a library that is so popular. So the developer of this JavaScript library is about to go broke. He's even considering making his open source software commercial. So what are we saw a couple of news articles. So what is the root cause behind this? So open source software is built by volunteer contributors, folks who really spend a lot of their free time doing open source, but they're not getting paid for it. What is the solution? Any ideas? How can we fix this problem? Exactly, pay them. So what we're looking at today is, it's something Matt mentioned in the morning session today. He referred to the tragedy of the commons. I can see Yogesh here. Thank you for asking that excellent question. And Matt explained this very eloquently. He explained the problem, tragedy of the commons. So what we are seeing here is a tragedy of the commons. The problem that you saw here in these news stories, it is the tragedy of the commons. So in short, what tragedy of commons means is that resources, which can be considered as open source software, a lot of people use these resources, but they don't replenish it. Like, people use it, but people don't really contribute to it. So in order for the commons to sustain, it needs input, it needs support, it needs work on. So with that context, let's come to WordPress. So we've been talking broadly about open source projects, right? Let's come to WordPress. So the co-founder of WordPress, Matt Mullenweg, he wrote a blog post in 2014, and this is a direct quote from that blog post. He says, a good rule of thumb will be that all the companies that work on WordPress, they contribute around 5% of their resources towards WordPress. So he identified this as a potential solution to this problem. So the issues there in WordPress, it's very real. The tragedy of the commons that we saw, it's very real. I've heard from so many contributors, especially here at this event, about folks who've quote-unquote burned both ends of the candle. So how can we fix this? We need to pay the developers. And who can pay them? So there's so many companies out there in WordPress, including the companies that I work in Automatic, who gain a lot from WordPress. So companies like them should give a portion of that back to WordPress by either sponsoring contributors or like getting their employees to paying their employees to contribute to WordPress. So this was proposed as a solution. This idea grew a lot. So some very quick history for you folks who've not been here around for a while. In 2017 at the Make WordPress Community Summit in Paris, a contributor, Tracy Levesek, she proposed this idea. It really caught traction, and in 2018 and 2019, WordPress now has an official program called Five for the Future. So now there's a website. It can be easily accessed by this link. You can scan this QR code if you want to quickly access it. So right now we have a program in WordPress which attempts, I use the word attempts, to solve the problem of supporting contributors. It's called Five for the Future. So this is what I'm going to talk about today. And in my session, I'm going to cover a few things. I'm going to demystify Five for the Future just a little bit. I'm going to share some ideas for individual contributors or self-sponsored contributors, how they can contribute to WordPress. I'm going to share some ideas on how companies can contribute to Five for the Future, and some perceived benefits that companies can get from contributing to Five for the Future. And finally, I will share some ideas on where this program needs to go in the future. All right, so moving on. Let's start first. Let's start with the basics. What is a Five for the Future contribution? So any direct contribution to the work of a Make WordPress team is a Five for the Future contribution. So we have around, correct me if I'm wrong, because the number is changing a bit. I think there's about 25. Is that number right, Courtney, Angela? How many Make teams do we have? Any ideas? 25. 21, yes. So 21 Make teams. So any work that you do to any of the 21 Make teams. So every single Make team has a list of tasks. And when I say Make, I refer to this website, make.wordpress.org. So there's 21 teams out here. So any work that is done to any of these 21 Make teams, any contribution that you do to any of these 21 Make teams, it is a Five for the Future contribution. Now, that obviously brings in the question, this has been a contentious, there's been a lot of discussions about this in the community. But there's a lot of ways to contribute to WordPress, like not just contributing to Make teams. Are these contributions not valid? The short answer here, and please quote me on this, every single contribution to WordPress be it 5 for the future, be it not 5 for the future. Let's not divide it into those sections for the time being. Every contribution is valid. Every single contribution. Anything that you can do for WordPress is valid. Even if you're talking to your friend about WordPress, that's valid. If you're posting about WordPress in a blog, that's valid. If you're helping somebody build a WordPress website, that is valid. So anything, literally anything that you do for WordPress is a valid contribution. The thing about 5 for the future contributions is you can make the most impact through 5 for the future contributions. So if you want to make impact, this is where 5 for the future really comes in. So I have a small chart here showing the impact of different types of contributions. And I'm really generalizing here. There's so many other ways. Like some contributions in some categories may have more impact than the others. So this is just a general chart, and please don't consider this like a formal source. But generally, when you work on make team projects like core, when you organize WordPress events like this WordCamp, if you create WordPress documentation, those have the highest impact in terms of impact on the project. Again, I want to repeat, I'm generalizing, and like any generalization, there's going to be exceptions, and in this case, there are a lot of exceptions. So if you contribute to the WordPress ecosystem, which is like creating plugins, creating themes, creating blocks, and there's so many ways you can support and build the ecosystem. I see so many creators out here, so you're really providing a great impact by supporting the ecosystem. And definitely other contributions, like writing about WordPress, or sharing about WordPress, evangelizing WordPress, those have a very good impact on WordPress too. What I'm just saying is that 5 for the future contributions have the highest impact, right? So we've seen the basics. We've seen what is a 5 for the future contribution. Now let's look at how one can pledge for 5 for the future. So there's 2 ways that you can pledge. You can pledge individually. So every single person here who has a WordPress.org profile, you can pledge. So how many people here have a WordPress.org profile? Can I have a show of hands, please? OK, good. For the others, please go to profile. I think the URL is login.wordpress.org/register. I should have put a QR here. But you can really just go there and register to create a WordPress.org profile. Now, I'll be talking about onboarding in a bit. There's some onboarding issues, but in general, you can go to login.wordpress.org to register for a profile. So if you have a profile, and if you're interested in contributing, just go to the contribution tab over there. And in the contribution tab, you can set the number of hours and set the teams that you want to work on. Now, all the teams are not listed there. You will see that the plugins team is not listed there. But there are several other teams. You can select the teams, and you can select the number of hours. And you can choose whether you're sponsored or not. And you can submit. So then it will show up in your profile. Now, organizations here, any entrepreneurs that I have here, you can pledge as a company too. So I'll be talking a bit about this here, about how companies can support 5 for the future. If you go to this website, over the top, there's a link called for organizations. By clicking on that link, you can fill out your details, and you can create a pledge for your page. So it will show up like this, as you can see here. This page shows a list of the companies that are currently pledged. So at this point in time, there is definitely more than 140 companies in WordPress. So that includes a lot of the folks here who've pledged to 5 for the future. Now, I spoke in detail about tragedy of the commons and all that. We are in a world where there's a lot of economic challenges happening. We saw a lot of sessions, we saw a lot of discussions about this at WordCamp Asia this week. In that context, other than supporting an open source project like WordPress, why should a company or individual really pledge? Like, what is the real benefit to it? Why should you really do it? I mean, okay, it definitely supports WordPress. It definitely supports in building WordPress. But other than that, are there any benefits somebody can get by pledging? So I'm going to make a pitch here. Like, really, this is my idea. And you can quote me on this. I honestly, strongly believe that contributing to WordPress can help you succeed. And I'm very happy to say that in the session this morning, there was a discussion about this in Matt's Q&A. And Matt kind of seconded me, so I'm happy that I have some validation there. But really, I honestly believe in this because I personally am a success story, and I know several folks here in this hall who've succeeded because they've contributed to WordPress. Now, I'm going to divide the rest of my session, not all the rest of the session, this section into 2 parts. One on how contributions or pledging can help individual contributors or self-sponsored contributors. And I'm also going to quickly talk about companies. How can contributions help companies? So I'm going to start with individual contributors. First, when you pledge your time and when you spend a lot of time contributing, you could gain a place in this list. So this is the list of the contributors of WordPress 6.1.1. You could work with people from all over the world. In my opinion, this is the biggest benefit that I've gained. I literally work with people from all over the world as a WordPress contributor. So the experience that you gain is immense. The benefits that the ideas that you exchange, the opportunities that you get by interacting with all these people, it is literally priceless. This is one of my favorite articles from WP Tavern. And I want to really pitch this because I am a living example of this. Contributing to open source is definitely better than a college degree. I mean, again, it's just an article. It's something that I believe in. It's not necessary that it is the truth. But really, the learnings that you can get from contributing to WordPress is immense. There's so much that you can learn by going out there in the wild and putting your contributions out there. So the link is here. If you have access to WP Tavern, do give it a read. It's an excellent article by Justin Tadlock. It came out in 2021. And so this was also mentioned in the talk this morning by Matt. Like when you contribute to WordPress, your profile, your WordPress.org profile or your GitHub profile, it really becomes your resume, right? So right now, at this point in time, the Meta team is working hard on bringing as many contributions as possible to the WordPress profiles. So they did a lot of great work last year, and as a result of their work, any translations that you do show up in your profile. Your GitHub contributions to the WordPress repository show up in your WordPress.org profile. So a lot of information is already out there, which really helps you. It helps people identify the work that you're doing. So it's very helpful in that sense. It's not my favorite meme, but it's a reality. So, and Matt definitely supported me with this morning. Thank you, Matt. Matt really did my talk for me. But yes, recruiters definitely prefer. I mean, if you have open source contributions, if you've made some contributions to WordPress or any other open source projects, it really shows your work. So you can write a long resume. But when you have open source contributions, they really stand out. So when you apply for a job, especially in a WordPress company, if you have open source contributions, they really speak for you. And this is a very brief contributor journey in the WordPress project. People start off as a user. Some people move on to become casual contributors. Some people pledge themselves in Five for the Future. So when you pledge or when you contribute consistently, you have a greater chance of being a leader or an expert in the project. And being that leader, it brings you real advantages. So Ali, in Ali's talk yesterday, she mentioned a lot about how non-developers can become developers. And she explained a lot about how open source projects can also help. So I want to really go back to that session and talk a bit about this as well. Yes, so definitely, especially in this recessionary period, I don't know if we'll go into a recession, but there's definitely an economic slowdown happening. But if you contribute to open source as an individual, it gives you a chance to be a leader or an expert in your area. Okay. I am not a fan of bragging, but who doesn't like to brag? Let's be honest. But if you contribute, it's not a bad thing to brag. But you can definitely brag about your contributions. But that's on the lighter note. Don't take me too seriously on that. And we've seen how Five for the Future will help individuals. Let's take a look at how it can help companies and organizations. All right, so definitely for companies, as I mentioned earlier in the individual contributor slide, open source contributions are a great way to gauge somebody's talent. So this is, if you know somebody who makes great open source contributions, it will be a great way to see if they do good work. So for recruiters, it makes their job easier. And as a company, when you pledge people to contribute to the open source project, you have a way to stay up to date with the platform. So when you consistently contribute, you know what's happening in the project. You know what's happening in the team that you contribute. So you know what's happening. And if you're a company, if you're in the WordPress business, if you're in the business of creating WordPress products, you know what's going on, and you can take business decisions that will really help you. And definitely, so many of us run agencies, and for those of us run agencies, you know what your clients want. And you might see some trends which are really a problem with WordPress. So you can actually speak for your clients to the WordPress project, and you can make any changes that you want in the project with your expertise. And finally, let's be honest, when you're a pledged contributor, when you as a company make contributions, it is a credential. I know so many small agencies in my city of Kochi and in my local community who've actually gotten more work because they were core contributors, or they've been involved in the community. It is definitely a credential. especially for a smaller agency or a company. Because like when you're involved in the project, it shows the expertise that you have, and the business results of that is immense. Now, we've seen the whys. Let's quickly move on to some tips. I'm going to be like going a little faster because we are slowly running short of time, but I hope to cover everything. As I said, I just want to really cover a primer here. There's a lot more to talk about Five for the Future because it's a big topic. So to every new contributor here, my request here is to start slow. Especially, let's be honest, contributing to WordPress is not easy at this time. There's a lot more that needs to be done. So there is a chance that you will be intimidated at the beginning. So please don't worry too much about it. Take it easy, because slow and steady wins the race. The first place to start, whichever team that you want to contribute to, is the team's handbook. Every Make team has a handbook, and there's usually a how to contribute page. So if you're stumped, start with that page. You can find the page in the team's Make handbook. Now, one of the easiest ways to start contributing for any generic Make team is to join their chat. Every team has a chat going on. So what you can see in the screen here is the new contributor chat from the core team. The core team regularly runs a new contributor chat. It's a chat specifically aimed at new contributors where you can sort of like get some personal mentorship from experienced contributors. So it's a great way to start. So once you've made your first contribution, consider making contribution a habit. Because if you want to really, even if it's for a small time, even if it's like 5 minutes or 10 minutes per week. I mean, it's easy for me to say from this platform. It may not be possible for all the teams. But if you can achieve some sort of habit in your contributions, it really goes a long way. And I know it may not be possible for everybody to contribute equally. So there's a bit of disparity there. But still, if that's something that you can do, it will really help you succeed. Let's take a quick look at how a company or an organization can make effective contributions to Five for the Future. The first thing you need to do is to set a strategy. And how do you set a strategy? Ask yourself these questions. What are your goals? What teams align with your company's values? What skill sets do your employees have? Is there anybody from your team already contributing to WordPress? Like, where can you make the most impact from WordPress? And how much time can you dedicate? So if you ask all these questions, like if you're an entrepreneur, you can find out a strategy for your company. Again, as I mentioned in the previous slide for individual contributors, start small. Like, even if it's just supporting one person, like pledging one person for 1 hour per week, that is a great start. So start small. Once you've identified the requirements, start small. Get them to slowly start contributing, and then slowly consider scaling up. Some things that you can do is, so I've had a chat with a lot of Five for the Future companies at WordCamp Asia. I would like to chat with more people. But I want to share some of my learnings real quick. So the most successful companies, they share their learnings internally. So what they've learned from their contributions, they share internally. And the successful teams that I've worked with, they really note down their contributions. So what have they done? They make a record of it, and they share it with their companies. The companies that I know celebrate wins. Yesterday, I was talking with RT Camp, and they shared about how they create cakes with the patch numbers in each cake, which I think is a very lovely way to celebrate. So celebrate your wins. Even if it's a core patch or your first translation, celebrate wins. And definitely knowledge sharing, which I think kind of like ties into the first point. So once you've reached there, like once you've made small contributions, slowly consider scaling up. Why don't you build a contribution team? I mean, it may not be possible for everybody. So the company I work for, Automatic, we have a team of 100 people who contribute regularly to .org. I don't think every company will be able to do that. But if it's possible for your company, consider building a contribution team, even if it's like 2 people. I would also like to propose Five for the Future rotation for employees. So if your company has employees like who regularly do other work, maybe like ask them to do like 2 to 3 hours of contributions every week. It's a great way to sort of like learn. Five for the Future or contributions are a learning opportunity. And if once you've reached peak contribution nirvana, consider hiring full-time contributors. So many companies do that. I am a full-time contributor. Companies like Yoast, GoDaddy, Bluehost, they all hire full-time contributors. I can see a few full-time contributors here in this audience as well. So that's something that you can do if you feel there's a case for it for your company. Now, this is one point that I want to highlight, because there's a lot of misconception about this here. The 5% of Five for the Future is aspiration. You really do not, and I repeat, do not need to contribute 5% to your company. Like I mentioned earlier, if you're a 100% company, even if you're dedicating 1 employee to contribute 1 hour per week, that is valid. There is really no Five for the Future police. Like, I can give this to you in writing. There is no 5 for the Future police. You can quote me on this. Feel free to quote me on this. There is no 5 for the Future police. Nobody is going to judge you by your contributions. Really. Please quote me on this, because it's a reality. This project needs contributions as much as ever. There's so much need for contributions. So any small thing that you can do goes a long way. Now, we've seen what 5 for the future is so far. I'm slowly coming to an end of my session. I want to discuss a few more points of where this is going. So these are some ideas. These are some thoughts that or some learnings that I've had based on conversations that I've had with contributors. I've been talking to so many people. And these are some of the key points that stand out which need to be done or which need to be sort of like fixed with the program. So let's be honest. 5 for the Future currently is a website. You pledge your time. That's it. In order to take it to the next level, in order to take it to a program that really takes WordPress to the next level, you need to have more contributions to be recorded automatically. So currently, not every contribution is automatically recorded. Make teams need better onboarding, or 5 for the Future needs better onboarding. So when a company pledges to 5 for the Future, or when an individual pledges to 5 for the Future, nothing happens at that point. There needs to be a lot more onboarding that needs to be done. And companies should have contribution resources. Like, they really need help. So when a new company which is new to the project, when they pledge their time to WordPress, they need onboarding. And there's so many companies that do good work in 5 for the Future. I see Web Dev Studios here. I see GoDaddy here. I see Automatic here. Like, all of you do amazing work towards 5 for the Future. So how about like sharing all this knowledge together? And so many individual contributors, they would like sponsorships. Would it be possible for us to share these sponsorship opportunities more in the open? And finally, I've purposefully put it in bold. How about we have a system where sponsored contributors or 5 for the Future pledged contributors who support volunteer contributors? That would be awesome, right? Right. So I've come to an end of my session. I have a couple of quick things that I want to share with you. I have a couple of posts going on in the Make Project P2. If you could share some feedback on it, I would greatly appreciate it. So I'm along with several volunteers out there, I'm trying to improve the 5 for the Future program. So I wrote a post in the Make Project P2 earlier this month in January, sharing the 5 for the Future contributor journey and how it can be improved. So if you have any thoughts, I would greatly appreciate your comment. And so we spoke of how volunteer contributors in the project need help. And the last point that I mentioned in the previous slide about how volunteers need help and how they can be mentored. So I've proposed a contributor mentorship program. If you have any thoughts on that, on whether the mentorship program makes sense. I don't want to talk a lot about that, but if you have some time, please give it a read. And if there's any feedback that you can share, I would greatly appreciate that. And with that, I would like to wrap up my session. Thank you so much for being very patient listeners. I hope you've learned something about 5 for the Future. And if you have any thoughts, any questions, feel free to share with me. Here are some resources. Feel free to partake in them, and which I hope can shed more light on what this actually is.
Thank you so much, Hari.
Thank you.
Questions from the audience? Yes.
Thanks for the great talk. I'm wondering, is there any thoughts about highlighting more individual contributors? Because on the 5 for the Future site, on the pledges page, you only see companies and their contributors, but you don't see individual contributors. And you don't even know how many there are. I mean, how many of those who on their profile said, I contribute, are individuals, like solo freelancers, and how many work for companies? Because we have 5 pages of companies, but maybe tens of thousands of people individually contributing, and you then see them somewhere. You just see it on their profile, but you don't see them exposed to the public.
I think Courtney wants to add something. Go on.
Yeah. In this one, I work closely with Hari, and what we saw on the 5 for the Future, how a company can join page, there is a way that as an individual, you can also list yourself. So maybe, Hari, what the question becomes is not just how I can list myself as an individual, sponsoring myself, which I did for 8 years, but maybe highlighting that, having a page that displays that in addition to the company's listing.
I want to give a big shout out to both questions because those are excellent questions. And again, in the questions that in the conversations that I've had today, this topic has come up so much. And I would love to see, I would love to celebrate the good work of individual contributors. I don't know how to do it yet, but you are right. At this point, many individual contributors, their work is not visible, and we should strive to make it visible. So this is the feedback that I'm looking for. So these are gaps in the project. So if you have this feedback, please share it with me. Let's work together to build something that will highlight the work of individual contributors. Laura, go ahead.
One of the things that I noticed on a couple of the slides, you talked about some very impactful ways that contributors can assist the projects, one of which was documentation and running of WordCamps and meetups, skills that do not necessarily involve code. No disparity to our coders. We couldn't do this without you. But it's fantastic to see the skills of people who do not code. I am one of them being valued. Yes. And then I also saw the pictures of notable contributors, and it did not elude me that I saw Birgit Pauli Haak, Milana Kopp, and Femi, I am going to mess up her last name, so I'm just going to skip it, but three women who are at the forefront of leading documentation, because if we don't have documentation, no one knows what to do with what we're building out there. So I guess what my question is I see lots of full-time sponsored contributors to core, and absolutely we need those people. So I think the challenge to companies is documentation. We should be sponsoring those who translate your words to the world, because the code is not valuable if we cannot explain it to people.
Excellent question. Let's give a round of applause to that, because again, that's a real problem. And you highlighted a very important point, Laura. So currently, the most number of sponsored contributors are there for core. The companies are actually sponsoring people for core, but we do not have sponsored contributors for documentation. So this is a request to all the companies out there. I know XWP has sponsored Milana's work. So if you would like to sponsor people to core documentation, like we spoke of the benefits of Five for the Future. So this is a request to all the entrepreneurs out here, because I see a few of you. And this is a request to all the big companies. Please consider sponsoring somebody to documentation. And I would also, if in my free time, I would also love to contribute, because that's a team that I enjoy the most working with. So please consider doing that. Piggybacking on that, there are more teams that need help. Accessibility, that team needs a lot of help. And I know there's a lot of work happening in sponsoring accessibility contributors. So if there's anything that you can do to help other make teams, that would be very impactful, and I would request all of you, all the entrepreneurs out here, to consider sponsoring somebody. So you need not sponsor your own employees. There are companies that actually sponsor external contributors as well for their time. So if you would like some guidance on that, please reach out to me. I can definitely offer some pointers on that. Any more questions? Or do we have
Thank you so much. You have a question time for one more question if somebody has. Anybody else has a question? Oh, yes.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So with the Five to the Future program, I'm just very curious, as WordPress gets larger and larger and larger, because every year we see constant growth with WordPress, how do you sustain that just with volunteers versus having paid positions from WordPress where they can actually staff people to work with WordPress than going around and asking people if they can participate with WordPress.org?
That is an excellent question. And you raised a very important point. So right now, WordPress was 40% of the internet, and which is one of the reasons why we have this program, right? So it needs more help than ever, and there's a limit to the work volunteer contributors can do. Right? They can only contribute so much. They cannot go beyond that. I mean, there are people who've actually burnt out because they're actually contributing in their free time, which is how this program grew out. So in order to sustain the project, to answer your question directly, there needs to be more work done in Five for the Future. So currently, there's work happening in making sure that the pledges in Five for the Future are more impactful. So there's some people who've pledged but are not really contributing. It could be because of a variety of reasons. There's work happening to change that. There's work happening to record automated contributions. There's work happening to give outreach to more people in order to bring them to Five for the Future. But that's just one part. We should not ignore our volunteer contributors. This is my personal opinion. We should not ignore volunteer contributors at all. They are important to the project as well. So one of the things, so going back to my proposal over here, I don't know if I can, yeah. So this is something that I've proposed in the project to create a mentorship program, wherein sponsored contributors and I can actually support volunteer contributors right? They can mentor them. So based on the feedback from my previous post, the overwhelming feedback, the uniform thing that I saw was people suggest the importance of mentorship and contribution. Because like when somebody starts contributing, they find it very difficult and they stop. But if there's somebody to help them or mentor them, that really goes a long way in supporting them. So at a point when we have enough sponsored companies to support the project, they will do a lot of work in sustaining. They will do a lot of the hard work, the admin work. And some of these folks, my hope is that some of these folks will go and mentor the volunteer contributors and do sort of like offer them the help that they need in putting their best foot forward and supporting the project. So the ideal future of WordPress is where we have a good number of people who work hard as sponsored contributors and volunteer contributors who start contributing voluntarily, who get mentorship and who grow with the project and do not burn out.
Okay, thank you so much. I have the last question. I'll ask you, Hari. Can you go back on your slides, please? Very important question. Everybody has this question, I'm sure. Just do back, 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 faster, faster, faster. We don't have time. Back, back. Oh yeah, wait, forward, forward. Is this one of your cats?
So one of our cats definitely looks like him, but it's not my cat.
Okay.
His name is Boo. He's very similar,
okay,
but he doesn't, like, he's slightly different. He's a tuxedo cat. But in this case, the cat is literally wearing a tuxedo. So this cat was named after him.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's give Hari a big hand. We'll have a short break and continue at 2:50 here. Yeah. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, Hari.
happy to be here and introducing a friend of mine, Birgit Pauli Hack. I'm really excited to introduce her because we've actually been online friends for a few years, and this WordCamp is the first time that we've met face-to-face, and it's even cooler that I get to introduce her for her talk right now. A few years ago, when I started learning more about Gutenberg, Birgit's Gutenberg Times was the main resource that I turned to. I don't know how she did it on top of her full-time job, but she was collating and hunting down articles, videos, podcasts from all the far corners of the internet and putting them onto Gutenberg Times for everyone to learn about. These days, Birgit has gone even further down the Gutenberg rabbit hole, as she's now working full-time at Automatic as a developer advocate and sponsored contributor. She's originally from Germany, but now lives in Florida. But I think she's moving back to Germany again. So anyone from Europe, you can expect to see her more in WordCamps around Europe in the future. And that also makes her even better located to come to the next WordCamp Asia, which I'm really excited about. And I hope I see you there the next time. So I'm really excited about her talk today because it's something that I think is really important. One of the philosophies of WordPress is design for the majority, and there are millions and millions of non-technical people who use WordPress every day. And so it only stands to reason that we also have non-technical people who look at the code, who look at the features, and give comments on it, because sometimes as a developer, you lose sight of what a non-technical person can or cannot understand. But as a non-technical person, I know that commenting directly in GitHub can be kind of intimidating, but that's what we have Birgit here for today. So without further ado, let me introduce my friend, Birgit Pauli Hack.
Well, thank you so much, Leslie. So, Savadika, or WordPress, howdy. So it's wonderful to see you here today, especially it's late. 3 days of sitting and talking with other people, meeting new people, longtime friends, and maybe already thinking about going home. And with all the good reasons not to, you show up at this talk. So I'm delighted to have you here and to tell you about my journey of the no-code contributor to the WordPress Gutenberg GitHub repo. And I'm here to tell you, you don't have to be a developer to contribute to WordPress and have an impact. So show of hands, who in the room has contributed to WordPress, either on Friday? What? Excellent. Well, thank you. So which team? Meta. Yeah, just shout it out. All right. Hosting, yes. Awesome. Thank you. So, and that's also part of the contributor journey to open source projects. There are a lot of reasons not to. And still thousands of people all over the world, after a hard day's work, on the weekends, volunteer their time to make WordPress a better software and the internet a place for all people. So why contribute? Well, each of us, and if you were here for Harry's talk, there were other business reasons as well, but each of us has their own reasons. Some of us scratch their personal itch. They see something they can make better, and they do it. For others, it's the community to belong to, and that's a wonderful community to belong to. And for others, it's to improve. There are good business cases as well, to be on the pulse of creation, to be, also have influence in direction, but you need to be at there at the same time. And for others, it's a way of giving back after building a business or a life on WordPress and standing on the shoulders of giants. So did you know that on make.wordpress.org there are 21 themes? No, teams, not themes, teams. And they have their websites there with their contributor handbook and everything. So, but not all teams contribute code. The marketing team, documentation team, community team are just a few examples. And then there are teams who contribute code. They can still need help of non-contributors to being project managers, being meeting facilitators, to test things, and to do bug reports for the system. So it's about the Gutenberg repo. So what is Gutenberg? Confuses a few people. Often we are also in the project, we are not very concise in how we define Gutenberg. First of all, it's the name of the feature plugin. That is the beta plugin for the new features on the block editor and site editors. And people install the plugin, provide feedback, test things, and build things. But for every WordPress major release, the features added to the plugin between last release and this release get merged into core. And then it becomes the block editor, the site editor, and blocks. So, and how that works for the core editor team is what we're talking here. So examples for WordPress 6.2. It will come out on March 28th. It's now in beta 2. Beta 3 comes out on Tuesday. We will have the features introduced in the Gutenberg plugin from 14.1 or 14.2 to 15.1. And the Gutenberg plugin code is, you guessed it, in a GitHub repo. So what are GitHub and what is Git and GitHub? Just briefly, Git is the version control system invented by the same guy who brought us Linux, Linus Torvaldsen. And it's a distributed version control system for tracking changes in source code for software development. GitHub is the software as a service kind of website. It's the social network of developers and those who build the software. It also has some great tools for project management, project boards, and also for private and public repos for companies as well. So it's and it was bought by Microsoft a few years ago. So GitHub can be intimidating for non-developers at first, very so much so, and it has some very powerful tools. So I started my first bug report in 2018, and now I probably check its notifications more often than Twitter or email. GitHub is also async, so you don't have to be there all day, every day. This is particularly important for a worldwide project like WordPress, because with the time zones, of course, more and more WordPress teams actually will or use GitHub also to their non-code organization of their work. Documentation comes to mind, and also the community team had just a proposal posted about changing their workflows to GitHub. So it's not a wasted skill when you start now with your with GitHub. So the session promised you a case study on no-code contribution. So let's look at things. But before we dive really in, I just want to put that out. If you want to be see what's all about, and the core editor meeting, that's where the team meets, is on Wednesdays, 1400 UTC, which is 2100 in Indo-China team, I think. Just correct me if I'm wrong, but time zone really confused me more than I like to admit. And apart from the meetings, most time Gutenberg developers are on GitHub. So what to do? What do I do when I go on GitHub? Before you do that, just a rundown, you need a WordPress.org account, you need a GitHub account, you create a WordPress Slack account, and then connect your WordPress.org account with your GitHub account. These are the 4 steps before you even start, just because then you want to be, you get into Slack and you get your contributions to GitHub registered on the profile of your WordPress.org account. I don't contribute code to the project. I'm a terrible PHP developer, and my JavaScript knowledge is improving, but it's certainly not up to the level that I can build software for millions and millions of people. And you definitely don't want me to. But I use the block editor a lot. Leslie told you about Gutenberg Times. The Gutenberg Times is the production test site for the Gutenberg plugin. And when I see bugs, I create issues. But I also create issues. Well, I mentioned the bugs and annoyances and also inconsistencies, yeah. But I also create issues when I test new features for an article or so. I test release candidates for the plugin release. And I also create issues when I think about feature improvement. Because I have opinions, yeah? And that's okay to have opinions, especially on GitHub, because it informs everybody. This is another aspect, so we need the... So when I run into bug and annoyances, I have an example for you for each of the 4 items. So just to see how it all kind of comes together, how the engagement is, and what is all to what's happening when you create an issue. So, so the first one is I had the idea that yeah, you see these are early work. That's Gutenberg 3.01. And that was in June. And I had the habit, or I still have the habit, that I create my list, write all the paragraphs, yeah, and then I select everything and then convert it to list. And back then, the list conversion was in the toolbar, and all of a sudden, I couldn't find it anymore. And so I said, well, that's a bug, yeah, if you have a new release and the features are not there where you expect them to be, that can't be right, I thought. And Matthias Ventura, the spark of Gutenberg, so to speak, he told me that, well, we moved it into the transform section. And so I was okay, yeah, that was okay, but it also, I didn't know how I should feel about that, yeah, should I be embarrassed because I didn't know that? Yeah, is it a user kind of thing? And it's all that, but you get over that embarrassment, and then you learn about 2 things. One is read a little bit more about what the feature is, but also it informs the designers that they made a decision that where the user not necessarily follows them. And that is a good data to have for designers and developers. So don't be shy and think, oh, they should, yeah, if I find something wrong, it's me and not the developers. I think that's kind of a shift that you get when you do it a little more often. So the next example what I have is test a new feature. And that looked at like this. So I encountered a new feature, but when I added to a widget, there was a calendar widget to the widget screen. I get a list of error messages in my browser. So I copied the error message here as well. And then something happened. I labeled it as a bug. And then one developer was able to reproduce it pretty much the same day. So it was tested. It was not just my imagination, my system, my anything. And then 3 months later, Robert Anderson came in and said, well, I can still produce it, so it hasn't been fixed. And then a month later, 6 weeks later, a developer came in, oh, finally, that is fixed, so we can close the issue. So that's that could be a journey of an issue that you file, especially when you have new features that don't work and they fix it. So for release candidates in Gutenberg, I normally just do smoke tests. What is a smoke test? I install it and see if something breaks. Smoke comes out of my computer, it just literally. And it is something that is very helpful, especially when a release is not yet done. So I had this warning immediately when I activated the plugin from the release candidate file. And then this is, and one of the developers came in and said, okay, this is probably a result from a commit or a code change. And then it was labeled for the release, do not punt. Means you can't release without having this fixed. And so we got that fixed before the 7.3 came out. That's another journey of that. And the last one is feature improvements. That issue was something that, with the classic editor, when we wanted to see the code of the post, you changed over to the code editor. And I realized with the block editor, I don't want to have the full page in code editor. I just want to fiddle with the HTML of a certain block. So I was wondering if that could be a menu item, or so a shortcut to switch to the HTML editing on block level. And so I even had a little mock-up of the design where it should go. And then quite a few people chimed in that that's a cool idea, or I agree this is going to be a much more effective one. And then there were developers who tried their hands on it to fix it. And there were actually two. So sometimes even when you have a good idea or a good feature, it still takes a developer to pick up on that and follow through in an implementation. So it can certainly be a while. So I filed this when I go back. I filed this in 2018, and the last developer still tried to fix it in 2022. So we are not there yet. But that can happen. Yeah, not everything that you suggest will be followed through. But it's important to have the conversation to bring the opinions into the fold. So, and now it's your turn. How to create an issue. But before you create an issue, there's three things. One is isolate the issue to the core block editor or the Gutenberg plugin. If you test it on a site that has other plugins installed, there might be a plugin conflict that is not a result from the editor, but from a plugin conflict that shouldn't be in this unless you can isolate which plugin that is. Search the existing issues for a similar issue with labels and keywords. Very often, I don't find an issue, I file it, and then 3 days later, somebody closes it because said, okay, this is a duplicate of this issue, which had a total different title or a total different entry, but the effect for the developer was it's the same package, so they label it as a duplicate. And then make sure that you follow the use of the bug report issue template. And what does that look like? So you go to the GitHub repo and click on new issue, and you get four choices. One is a bug report, one is a bug report for mobile, then a feature request that has a different template, and then a report of security vulnerability that shouldn't be in the GitHub repo. There's a better place for that. That's where we are. Okay, hang on. So when I go up here, so the new issue template comes with give it a title. So that's very descriptive. Then make an effort to describe what what you tried to do, what you did, and what you expected to happen, and what did happen. And then the most important part is the series of steps to reproduce the issue, to reproduce the bug or something like that, because that's how other people in the on the project can then double check how that can be fixed. And then when you have screen recordings or screenshots or code snippet, that's definitely helping. The other important part is also the environment. Make sure you mention which WordPress version you're using, which Gutenberg plugin version you're using, and if it's a browser issue, also the browser version. Most of things can be browser issues. And then also just the 2 check marks down here, selection. Please confirm you search the existing issues for duplicate, and then please confirm that you have tested with all plugins deactivated, just to remind you again. And that's how you follow the template. Description, step to replicate, screenshots or screencasts, expected behavior, and then environment information. Because given enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. The more people test things. So that's a quote by Eric S. Raymond in the Cathedral and the Bazaar book of 1999. Some of it is still valid, especially this quote. It's also called the Linus Law in honor of Linus Torvaldsson, the creator of Git and Linux. So if you want to be part of the WordPress 6.2, you could also help test the beta versions that come out. There is a make blog on the test team that outlines the instructions on how to set up a local system, the list of features that need to be tested, and also a workflow for the testing and where you can report those tests. That would be, and that is really helpful for, we have that. Oops, do I have it here? No, I don't have it here. So that would be really good. We can always have more testers on 6.2. It comes out, the beta 3 comes out on Tuesday, then we have the release candidate the week later, and then the final release in March 28th. That's the schedule for now. If you don't want to rush into this right now, what comes next with the repo, if you kind of are comfortable, or if you don't have any issue yet to solve, go to the needs testing label. So every issue that is not clear gets a label that says needs testing. And right now we have 22 open issues that have that label. So that's also how you learn to write good step to reproduce instructions when you follow other people's steps to reproduce the error. So you can go in and say, okay, so the navigation block custom menu not imported. When you click on this, so here's the description, and then somebody else, and here are the steps to reproduce. Yeah, that could be one, or you could also say gallery block doesn't respect option of opting out of base layout styles. That's something for the developers more. So yeah, pick an issue that seems to be clear for you. Or you can participate in discussions, join the triage team. If you want to need some toolbox, I have 4 suggestions. One is the health check troubleshooting plugin, the WordPress beta tester plugin, the core rollback plugin, and the Gutenberg Nightly, which is a almost daily plugin, copy of the Gutenberg plugin that you can install on your system, and you get the latest trunk version, the latest merged features. Sometimes it was born out of the necessity that people, that when I created issue, there was a time I created an issue, And then a developer saw it and said, oh, I think that was fixed in 2 days before, but there wasn't a plugin release for that, so I could have saved myself and the developer quite some time. So there is the Gutenberg Nightly available that you can download here. And you can actually update it as well. Oops. Yeah, so that's it. As I said, you don't have to be a developer to contribute to WordPress to have an impact. So now you have another option to do that. I'll be happy to guide anybody through the process. I'm on WP Slack as @BPH. Also on Twitter, DMs are open, private messages are open. You can follow also Twitter Gutenberg Times on the YouTube channel and subscribe to the weekend edition. And the slides are, yeah, you can not see that in this one, but up here, that's the link to the slides. That's it for me today. I hope I inspired you a little bit to get your hands dirty on a GitHub repo. Even if you don't do code, you can help developers quite a bit in testing and sharing your opinions. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Birgit. Now let's take some questions. Does anyone have any questions? I have a question for you, Birgit. So my question is, what are some common newbie mistakes that you see from people who are submitting issues for the first time?
So common mistakes. Yeah, it's writing something like, I tried this and it didn't work, period. Yeah, so being a little bit more descriptive of what you tried to do and which screen you are and which button you clicked, and then that also helps you with creating the step to reproduce instructions, but it really helps the developer to figure out where exactly did this happen. And so that's pretty much one of the first mistakes that sometimes happen. You want to create the issue. Unless you write in, I'll come back to do a better description. Because sometimes, and that happened to me too, is I want my work done. I see something quirky. I said, I need to get back to it. But if I don't write it down or if I don't put it already in there, I'll forget about it. So that could be something, but put in, yeah, everything else follows, yeah. So, yeah. Does it help?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
I was going to say, with being able to put comments in GitHub, it's even if you're not a developer, it's not that hard. I know I've put in a bug report, and I'm not a developer, and I put in a little link to a video of this is what it's doing, and I don't know the developer-ese words for this, but this is why it's going wrong. And it was great, because one of the other developers is like, yes, I understand what you're saying. And then he just asked me he goes, can you just make a couple quick screen caps? And he told me of like which areas he wanted. And then he took my non-technical expression of what was wrong and turned it into a more technical thing that they can action. So yeah. I'm assuming there are still plenty of people who are willing to do that if you put in some detail.
Yeah, yeah, it's a total friendly bunch that you encounter on the GitHub repo. Yeah, so if you have you also see the need for testing. Doesn't mean that you are not. I see some people kind of being a little taken aback by that, because don't they believe me, kind of thing. Yeah, it's that kind of. But it's also that if somebody else tested, more information bubbles up on what the reason for that bug is, with additional information. You say, okay, it doesn't work in Safari, and then the next one also tests it in Chrome and it doesn't work, then that is additional information, and it's very helpful to do that. Or not everybody knows how to get into the browser console to get the error message out, which would be helpful for the developer. And so if somebody follows up on the needs for testing and knows about that, then they can add the error message from the browser console with it. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. There is a whole, that's a total collaboration. Yeah, there is no perfect way of filing an issue. There is no perfect way to communicate unless you have additional information and kind of see what's happening.
Awesome. I have another question, which
Okay.
comes from my own experience. So if you're submitting an issue and you're not sure, has anyone talked about it or submitted a similar issue, how can I go about finding, to see, like, searching well to see if a similar issue has been
Thank you for pointing
before?
that out. I totally skipped over that. Did you notice? So when I go over to the repo, oops. So, and I go on issues, you see that there are a lot of labels there. Yeah, and there's also a filter for the issues on labels. So if you say, okay, my problem is with the social icons block, so your social, so you can block social, and that narrows down all the issues, and you see what are the latest issues that are solved. And from the title, you probably already know that might be a similar one. What you do is you either look into it, kind of read what the prior person encountered, and if it reads similar to yours, don't go away and say, okay, somebody already reported it, I don't have to. That's totally legitimate. But if you have more information that is not in there, it's really helpful to add that in a comment below. Yeah. There's also the labels there are a lot of labels, so you could also do themes, if it's a theme issue. There are not many themes issues open, but it could be style variations. And when you click on the little labels here, you can also get to the filtered labels. Yeah, so that's easier. Does that answer your question?
Yes, yeah. Any final questions? If not, I'm going to keep hogging the stage and ask Birgit one more question. Okay, so my last question is...
Well done.
So, when using the Gutenberg or the block editor, there's always lots of small things that you're not sure about or have questions about, or you think are bugs, they might not be bugs. How do you prioritize when you should submit an issue and when you should just kind of let it go? Take a deep breath and let it go.
Well, the prioritization is your time. Yeah, whenever you have the time, file it. If you don't have the time, there's no pressure, but it's also kind of, it's not going to get reported. So if you feel that your own work is hindered by this bug, that's a high priority issue, because other people will encounter that too, and it will limit how they work with the block editor. So it's definitely necessary, but if you don't have the time now, how can you prioritize? That's always with contributors, juggling your time for making a business or making your billable hours versus the volunteer time. So or the health issues, prioritize those before you contribute to WordPress.
Okay, I think we're going to wrap up this session. Thank you so much for your talk. I personally learned a lot.
Well, thank you for coming, and thank you, Leslie, for facilitating this. And now I wish you, good go home, uneventful travels, and I see you outside if you want to still talk to me.
And we have a little present for you.
Oh, thank you. Well done. Photo.
Hi everyone, the next session will be starting in 15 minutes. So we can take a quick break, talk to some friends, grab some water on the side, and we'll see you soon. Hi everyone. Our next speaker is Sunita Rai. Sunita has been a content marketer for over a decade. She started as a junior content writer. Now she is a manager and trainer of content writers at ThemeGrill. Hearing her talk in 2016 about SEO content writing, it was clear to see or hear that she's really passionate about content marketing and that she's a really good teacher of content marketing. So I'm kind of jealous of all the people that she's been training because I'm sure they're getting a really good education. As someone who's currently building a content marketing team myself, I'm really excited to hear her talk. And also, I just found out that when Sunita got here in Bangkok, she promptly fell sick, and this is the first WordCamp day that she's been able to make. So I'm really glad that she's here, and I'm really glad that she's able to speak, and that we can all learn from her today. So I would like to warmly welcome on stage Sunita Rai.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Namaste. Hello world, how are you? Okay, I feel absolutely great despite some health problems and really privileged to be on this grand stage in front of a brilliant audience. Thank you. Today I come here to talk about hiring fresh graduates to WordPress content marketing jobs, opportunities, challenges, in a way. So let's begin. I'd like to start with a story. It was about 3 years ago when I was fully freelancing. I had no full-time job. At that time, some of the WordPress companies in my hometown reached out to me asking for help in content marketing. I agreed, and then I joined, but the first thing I found out was that they had either no one or just one person for everything marketing. Oh man, what can I do alone? Really, I cannot do anything alone. And the first thing I suggested was that we need a team. Let's hire. They agreed, but they also warned me that it's not so easy here. We tried, but we failed. So they told me there were mainly two problems. First of all, when you are a small company, you have limited budget and resources. So when you have limited budget and resources, you cannot really afford to hire the experts. And suppose the experts we are talking about are from high-wage earning countries, then it's not a really feasible option. The other problem is that when you are from a small country or a small town, then there may not be enough people in the talent pool. So you may not be able to find the kind of people that you're looking for. Luckily, we had both of the situations. But anyways, we needed a team. So we took it as a challenge. Let's open the vacancies, and we did. We announced our vacancies, and we tried to make those vacancy announcements as inclusive as possible, as we wanted more and more people to apply. So we mentioned that freshers are also encouraged to apply, and also we stated that we would provide them training within the company, within the team, and we would help them turn into expert marketers. We did that. And the results were great. We received plenty of applications. And next thing, as promised, we shortlisted some of those candidates, and as promised, we started training. So I'd like to tell what kind of people we got applications from. So we could categorize them into mainly two categories. One, experienced writers, and the freshers, those who had just graduated from their college. So there is one interesting thing about experienced writers. I already told you there are not people in the industry. So who are those experienced people? So these people, these experienced writers, were not experienced in WordPress or any relatedness. They were experienced in biography writing, gossip writing, about Hollywood celebrities and their relationships. So unrelated. But yeah, we had to take the challenge. We did. We hired some of these experienced writers and some of the freshers. We trained them for a few months, and the results turned out to be really stunning because we had paid less to these freshers and a bit more to the experienced ones because they had some experience in content writing. But what happened is that these freshers turned out to be better employees, better marketers for us. Now, you might ask why. So there are mainly, I point out, 3 reasons. First of all, they are curious and eager to learn. Like the children, they ask lots of questions. They sometimes some questions make sense, some don't. But they ask questions, and they are really eager to learn. Next, they were eager to and willing to listen to your ideas. In case of the experienced ones, they had a set of pre-acquired skills that they learned in their previous job. And because of that, they were not really willing to unlearn those and adapt to what we were teaching. So due to these 2 reasons, it was not easy to mold and work with the experienced ones, while it was easy and to mold and work with the freshers. So yeah. After these experiments, we also discovered some great opportunities that we could do with training the freshers. So that's what I'm going to share next. So first of all, we were able to connect those fresh minds with WordPress and the open source movement. We all agree that WordPress has done great things for all of us. It has changed our lives for better. We all agree on that, right? So we were able to connect our young people, the fresh graduates in our hometown, in our town, to the WordPress. We were able to help them get into WordPress. Actually, we created an environment that they fall in love with WordPress. The first, WordPress be their first love, right? So first loves are really special, and we help them. We help them. These young people have their first love with WordPress, and I believe their lives will change forever. And by doing that, I think we were also able to make small contribution to the WordPress and the open source movement. Next, we were also creating jobs for the young people in the town. So when you have a college degree, it doesn't guarantee that you have the skills for some job, right? But by offering training to the fresh graduates, we were able to bridge that gap, close that gap, and help people get the skills required for the job. So in a way, we were also doing some little contribution to the economy of the country. So I think that's also a great thing to do. And last but not the least, really important one, we were able to find the right type of people we were looking for. We were able to utilize the unused brains to study and market our products. I am really a fan of the enthusiasm and the creativity these young people have. So when you have them in your team, oh my God, their energy is contagious. Like, you can feel that vibe, right? So when you have these young people in your team, you can expect all kinds of creative things. So we had that. So I really, really think it's a great thing to do. and some photo time. So these are the people that I have most recently worked, and I am really, really proud to say that I personally trained them and really proud of them. They are great content writers, great video content creators, great podcasters, great speakers. So yeah. Okay, so despite these benefits, there are some challenges too. So I'll just go. So first of all, can you be like a personal trainer? This is really, really important. So when you hire the freshers, they are really the freshers. They have no real work experience, any real work experience. So you have to teach them everything. So starting with the work culture, how it is like to be working in a professional space. And also WordPress, the entire new technology, and also the content writing or the marketing things that you really want them to know, right? So a lot of things all at once. And so I also talked about the creativity, the enthusiasm that they have. So sometimes that can be also a problem. So all of these things you are going to handle all at once. And yeah, so you really need to teach them step by step. So you really need lots of passion, lots of patience, and you really need really great teaching skills. So yeah, this is one thing that you should consider. Next, your judgments are not always correct. Sometimes you hire, you select a few people and you train them, but what happens is that after a few months, they realize, okay, this is not the thing I want to do. Oh, I made the wrong decision. Same for you, same for them. So yeah, eventually some of those are going to leave no matter what. So it always the same. So yeah. That's why you have to be also ready for situations like that. But anyways, I think, or I can say it from my experience, that those staying will be more than those leaving. So, so what's the right way? I would just like to say here that you should plan and start. So whoever in your team or you should allocate some of your time, plan and start it, because I say again that it's worth your investment, worth your time, and the benefits really outweigh the challenges that I shared. So that's my time. Thank you so much for being here and listening to my talk. You can find me on these places. And if you have any questions, please meet me outside, or any feedback. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sunita. Here's a little token for you.
Oh.
All right, up next, we've got Sakanda Bacha. People often think that you need to code to have a to work in WordPress, but the reality is that there are lots of different jobs that you can do in the entire ecosystem. Sakanda is an interesting example because he has made it almost seem like his personal mission to work in every possible job in WordPress, from customer support to content marketing, to theme building, to community manager, and many, many more. I'm so impressed by his range of expertise, and I can't wait to hear from him. Let's welcome to the stage Sakanda Bashar.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for coming to my talk. So I came from Dhaka, Bangladesh, and you can see the spelling of my name. And I'm also trying to build my own brand that's called Brutal WP. You can just Google it and find out all my social media contacts. So if you have any question, because it's a lightning talk, so I'll do not have time enough to have questions. So we usually have a misconception that you need to know how to code to use WordPress or to work in the WordPress industry. And people think that you need to have a computer science degree to understand what a software is or how to work on it. But usually, even if you are doing computer science engineering, you might not get very good grades at it. And you think that I cannot build a good career in the software industry, so which is not correct. And from last 10 years, I have worked all kinds of non-technical options or departments in WordPress plugin or theme companies. Namely, I have worked with WeDevs or Themium. You might have heard the names of these guys. So I started my career with customer service, and you can see that to work in customer service, the first skill you need is patience, details, and problem solving, which is possible for anyone to learn or focus on or train themselves to be perfect on. And this is a very nice opportunity to know about the industry, know about the products, know about the company that you are actually working on or the market niche you are working on. And you can just build up or train yourself inside the job. So you can just learn every day, improve yourself. So this is a great first starting point for anyone. Even if you are an English literature graduate or studying Korean literature, anything, it can be anything, and you can work in customer service. And I've seen even people holding PhD in English literature working in different companies. So it doesn't matter what educational qualifications you have, you just need to be a great person or a very welcoming person, very open person to work in customer service, because we face many different kind of people in customer service coming with very wild range of ideas, asking that if I can integrate this thing with that thing. So you can just look up things and talk with a couple of your colleagues and help that person understand that what's possible and what's not. The next thing we can work is on writing different kind of stuff. So some people call it technical writing, some people call it creative writing, some people call it copywriting. So it can be many different things, but in general, it's writing. And if you're a creative person, you can write about landing pages or product pitches or prepare different kind of video scripts. If you're a technical person, understand how to integrate things, how to use Zapier, how to integrate APIs, then you can work on technical documentations as well. So writing has a very vast range of possibilities, so you can focus on anywhere or any place you are interested in. And most of the companies are hiring these days for all kinds of roles. So smaller companies might want to have a person who has different set of skills, who can work in creative writing, who can work for video scripts, who can work for technical documentation. Or you can join a big company where you will be just focusing on the landing page copies only, or the email copies only, or working on their magazines or email marketing campaigns only. The next thing you can do is community management. This is more about working with people directly, understanding people directly, or having an active community where people will feel very enthusiastic about your products or about your company. I personally is a very big believer of non-paid marketing and not using Google AdWords or spending money to promote your product, because WordPress itself is a community-driven product, and it thrives with the community where they do not spend any money directly to let people use that product or market that product. We are the advocates of WordPress. We do the advocacy and promote WordPress to other people, recommend other people to use WordPress. I myself used to be a Joomla theme developer back in 2011, but some of my community members in Bangladesh, we are very close, so they suggested that you should move to WordPress. It has a larger market share, and also the resources are very vast, and the options and tools are very easy to use. So that is how I got involved with the WordPress community, and even later, I think that if WordPress can do it, then the companies can also do it and make product advocates who would market the products directly, because word of mouth means a lot. If you spend $10,000 and instead one single person is recommending your product to someone personally, he or she is going to have more impact than that advertisement that is using $10,000 US. Word of mouth means a lot. So even if you're studying marketing, you will see that even your faculty members where in colleges or universities are also recommending that use word of mouth as much as possible. So the next thing we can think about is content marketing. I have usually talked about the writing stuff, but content does not only mean text. It can be images, it can be videos, it can be GIF images, it could be animations, it could be any sort of thing. Even it can be offline. Even my talk, this talk you are hearing, this is also a sort of content that you are consuming directly in real life, and it would be converted into digital content later, which you can consume online. So different kind of content marketing exists these days. People are making white papers and different kind of infographics with graphic designers, and you also need to do certain type of researches and arrange things how you are going to explain those. So you can also consider content marketing if you think that you are very good with communicating with people and with different forms of data and different forms of presentation as much as possible. The next thing is something that I like very less, digital advertising. Advertising itself gets very boring, or sometimes you're just blowing your own horn. So you're just saying that I'm good, I'm better, my product is good, my product is better, but still you can use subtle ideas to make some funny type of content. If you look at the advertisements of Chenrite, that's a Thai product, I guess, and they have very hilarious advertisements about their insect killers. So killing insects is something some of might consider unethical, but when you are struggling with them, then you might need some kind of pest control. So that could be a very good example of advertising in digital media, because in social media, people are very bored easily and they look for interesting content. So you can always make something that is funny, that is something humorous, and it can help you a lot. The next thing, it's a bit complicated thing, and some of the companies want some kind of certification in UX design and understanding of how a product works properly, how the programmers work properly. So if you are from development background and you want to switch to something better, bigger, or want to work in the mid-management, product management could be a very good thing. Even if you're a designer, you can switch your career to product management. It's a very important thing because you will be owning that product as a product manager, and you will be helping the entire team, including your CEO, to get the vision out of you and think how the market could get more benefit from different kind of features and how you can more impact in more people's life. So I consider personally that this is a very huge responsibility, and this is where you can show that what you can do. The next thing is project management, very old stuff, like you already know Scrum, different kind of project management methodology, Agile. It is a very talked about thing, and if you just Google different kind of project management certification, you can find more details about it. So I'll not go into very depth, but if you're more like a corporate person and prefer desk jobs and very good with planning and very good with helping people accomplish things in timely manner, then project management could be a very good option for you. Another thing is partnership management. So if your people skills are great and you like talking to people and getting to know about many different solutions and helping them understand what your solution do and how you can collaborate, partnership management could be a very nice thing to do, and it could help you travel the world a lot, because some of the companies offer you meet people in person and sign up for many different understandings in person. So this could be a very nice option for the youngsters. So usually I don't think we have time for questions. So if you have any questions, just meet me in person. I'll be here. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for your talk. Here's a little token of our appreciation. Thank you, Sakanda. All right, and our last speaker for today is Kel Santiago Pelaski. So switching careers takes a lot of courage, and it's something most of us only dream about doing. Just ask anyone in a cubicle sitting dreaming about becoming a digital nomad, becoming a scuba diving instructor. It tends to be just a dream. But Kel has reinvented herself 3 times, I believe. And the best part is that she's not only found a career that's fulfilling, she's also found a husband out of it. So I can't wait to hear her story. Let's welcome to the stage Kel Santiago Pelaski.
Hi everyone, I'm Kel Santiago Pilarski. Nearly a decade ago, I bought a one-way ticket to a country I'd never been to, and it changed my life. I used to be a nurse with specialization in urology and gynecology. I helped deliver babies, assisted in surgeries, and ran diagnostic tests. I'm currently a happiness engineer at WordPress.com Automatic, and it has zero connection with my previous medical career. So, how did I get here? Normally, when someone's a graduate of nursing, they'll be a nurse. But I wanted to see how far I can go and which fields I can take on without relying on my medical degree. I don't want my life to be a one-career story, and I also wanted to get away from the medical scene. So if you watch medical series, you know what it's like. There's a lot of action. And when I was working in the hospital, everything was fast-paced. I felt like I was always on the go. And it's difficult to grow professionally when you're tired physically and emotionally. I also wanted to get away from the routine and repetitive tasks and want to add some variety in my day-to-day life and experience something new. I'd like to develop other skills and do something dynamic, be able to work anytime and anywhere, and WordPress gave me those possibilities. When I was working in the hospital, I was looking for other things I could do to switch into another field. I eventually got a side job that allowed me to work remotely by writing medical articles for an online magazine using WordPress. And that's when I first got to know it. For a couple of years that I was doing that, I was able to explore the platform. And I easily got other side jobs related to that, like working for an online store, also using WordPress. Fast forward to 2014, I was recruited by a WordPress startup, and it allowed me to work abroad and finally got an opportunity to work abroad, which is exciting as it's totally new to me. I just needed it at that time. I remember when I was at the airport getting ready to board a plane, I had in my hand a one-way ticket and remaining savings in my pocket. And in my mind, I had 100 questions and 1,000 doubts. Not only that I was broke, but that job ticks all the boxes. Live in a new country, work in a new field, and get the chance to test my abilities. And guess what? I got to do it all in Japan, and I thought, this is it. I'll give it a shot. In my new WordPress role at first, I was resistant to change. Suddenly, everything was new. And as I was going through this transition, I was questioning my decisions. I felt mainly intimidated and overwhelmed by the new environment. I am from a family of artists. My father is a comic illustrator and writer, and my mom and siblings are painters, chocolate sculptors. I was a tattoo artist. So how am I going to do this job? I didn't grow up with a computer. I realized that WordPress wasn't as terrifying as I thought it would be, as it has a lot of well-documented open resources available to me and accessible to anyone from different tech and cultural backgrounds. And that helped me have a quick role transformation in WordPress. As I get more involved in WordPress, the farther I get from nursing. And that just gave me a clear picture of what I really want. It's not only because I'm one of the millions of nurses, but in WordPress, I can stand out and create my own path here. But mainly, it's also because I'm from the Philippines and there are not a lot of women in tech. By doing a career detour and switching it to a new field and ultimately ending up as a happiness engineer, I could be a role model for other people who would like to have a new career path, and especially be a role model for other girls. Adapting to this redirected career sounds scary at first, but it wasn't really, especially when I found my people and my place. I started contributing to WordPress in 2014. I attended meetups, WordCamps, and that's when I first got to know the WordPress community. It's very welcoming, and that helped me adapt in my new role. I also got to meet folks from around the world who started out from different fields and are now into WordPress. By going to events, meetups, connecting with others, I learned lots of new things, and it even opened new opportunities for me. When I was in WordCamp US Nashville, I met this lovely person, Naisha, who encouraged me to join Automatic, and that was over 5 years ago. At Automatic, the first line of our creed goes, "I will never stop learning." It also means I will never stop teaching. As a happiness engineer, I always learn something new from my colleagues and continue to teach and help our customers. I found that it's important to continue learning, to not be stagnant and be left behind by the speed of development and product growth. Remember that you don't need to get the right career the first time. Seek opportunities and try things until you find your purpose. Embrace the journey, even if it's not a straight path. And when there's a roadblock preventing you from moving forward and upward, create a brand new course. Attend meetups, networking events, connect with others. Have a chat with someone whose work intrigues you. WordCamp is a great place for that. The person sitting next to you could be your new connection that can help you in your career change. And never stop learning. Several years ago, when I decided to take a career detour and book a one-way ticket to start a new life in a new country, I didn't think of having a great career. I simply thought of wanting change and the thought of the impact of that change that can have towards myself and others. I didn't know that that small desire to want change can turn into something beautiful and something great. So tell me, if you had the opportunity to change your job for the better and be the person that you want to be, would you do it? Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carol.
Thank you.
And here's a little token. Thank you for
Yeah,
speaking.
thank you.
Let's take a picture.
Oh, let's take a photo.
Thank you. I can see some people starting to file in. So we have a short break, 15 minutes break, and then the closing ceremony remarks will start at 4:30. Oh, 4:40. Okay. Stream out. Nobody can be here. Okay, sorry, everybody who's come in for the closing ceremony, can you please make your way outside? I'm very sorry. We need to prep this hall for the closing ceremony. So I know you're here to reserve seats and stuff, but you all have to make your way out.
Hi, can I invite everyone to start making their way out? We'll see you in a bit, just a little bit more.
Thank you. Thank you. So this is the end of day 2. This is the end of WordCamp Asia before we have after party. We did it! Finally, after so many years, WordCamp Asia happened. Thank you so much. I just want to say this has been the best 3 days since the pandemic started. I hope it was the same for you, because I saw a lot of smiling faces, a lot of happy people, and that was the best for me. That's why it was the best days for me. Thank you. We had great time. All the 3 days, contributor day to session days, a lot of hallway tracks, sponsors, yoga, swags. It's been just amazing to be able to do this in person. There are some stats that are exciting. We had 1,724 people registered. 12,099 people attended. Whoever's watching, who didn't come, it was because of you. We didn't hit the mark. Which is maybe Mr. Matt Manuel. Despite his absence, we had a great time. We had 653 people contributed. And 3,185 people viewed the streaming. I'm very proud that we were able to give a scholarship to WordCamp Asia Diversity Scholarship recipient, who is here with us today. Please come up. Awais Arfan. You might have seen him at the registration table. He also helped us as a volunteer very hard all day. Yes.
Thank you so much for the, I would like to say thank you for WordPress community that I am here. I have enjoyed a lot of time with the speakers, with the sponsors as well. I have been here at the session desk as well. So it was so amazing for me to be here and to build network with the companies, with the sponsors, with the speakers. So it's so grateful for me because I'm the WordPress meetup organizer as well. So I would love to have some more WordCamps here, and we hopefully we will be hosting a WordCamp in our country, in Pakistan. So we would love to have you in Pakistan as well. And I would like to thank you for our community manager, Shakir, Kashif, some other people, those who are in our country, those who are contributing for WordPress. We are also followers of our leaders, and so I'm here to, with the help of WordPress community and some of my peers as well. Thank you so much, WordPress and the team who is behind this WordCamp Asia 2023. I have a great time with the organizers as well because they are so nice, so helpful for me. And some other people, those obviously you have also observed all of the time during these 3 days. I have been here. It was so amazing for me to build and to learn something for WordPress, to share some of the insights that I have and from the other speakers, mentors that I have. It was so grateful for me. I cannot be able to have more time because you are waiting for the closing remarks by Nako. Yeah. So thank you so much, and have a great day as well. And I would love to say Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to also thank organizers. Please come up to the stage if you are wearing this shirt, or even if not, please come up. Organizers, thank you so much. This is our team. WordCamp Asia 2023 organizers. Thank you so much. I hope you had a good time with them. Thank you. Please thank them if you meet them at the after party. And then also, they'll have extra tokens to make friends. So please say hi if you see them at the after party. Thank you. Okay. Yep. Okay, so time to thank other people. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, please seated. Thank you. Yeah, this is our first time, so we're still, you know. Oh. These are the names. Like I said, you know, first time. You can tell I need some rest, but thank you Chiaki for creating these slides. And then next, we of course want to thank all the sponsors. Thank you. We have so many sponsors and sponsor company representatives. Unfortunately, I cannot call you on stage because there's so many and we didn't plan for a huge stage, but I like to make some roll calls. Thanks to Siam sponsors. Cloudways. Please raise your hand if you're from this company. Cloudways. Thank you, Cloudways. Next, GoDaddy Pro. Thank you, GoDaddy Pro. There. And thank you, Google. Google. Thank you, Jetpack. And thank you, Yoast. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Silom sponsors, Bluehost. Where are they? Elementor. Gravity forms. Oh, thank you. Hot singer. Thank you. SiteGround. Thank you, SiteGround. Web Pros. E-commerce. WP Engine. Thank you. Thank you. Our stock sponsors, all-in-one WP migration. Pantheon. Oh, thank you. Titan. Tudor LMS. Regot. Thank you. WP Developer. Thank you. WP Manage Ninja. Thank you. And thank you, RE sponsors, Buddy Boss, Exabytes, InstaWP, Lincoln, sorry, RTCan, RunCloud, Stackable, Stripe, Theme Spark, WP Rocket, XP Studio, sorry, Yunjen, sorry, and finally, Nana sponsors Amelia, sorry, Atarium, Broconomics, Hosting Seekers, Kubio, Main, Multi-Collab, Seed Waves, from local sponsor, thank you. So, Store Apps, Taro Sky, WP Umbrella, WS Form. Thank you. All the sponsors, please stand up. If you're from sponsoring companies, please stand up. So many of you. Thank you. And volunteering, helping, speaking also. Thank you so much. You made it possible. Thank you. Thank you. Next up, I'd like to thank Contributor Day table leads. If you are table leads, please come up. Come up, come up. Table leads, please come up. How many of you attended Contributor Day for the first time ever? It was exciting to be able to have a flagship WordCamp here, to have this experience, to have so many experienced contributor table leads, and help us guide have great experience at Contributor Day. Thank you so much. You make WordPress. Thank you. And thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I hope you all continue to contribute and be familiar with these people. Thank you. Okay, please go back. And next up, I hope you know who you are. Thank you, speakers. Please come up also. Speakers, if you're still on. One of the reasons why we wanted to bring the flagship event to Asia is that we're very envious of WordCamp Europe, WordCamp US, having great speakers live in person. And this time, we didn't have to travel too far away to have these very experienced speakers live. We're so excited to have you here. Thank you so much. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, speakers. Thank you. Now, that's okay. These volunteers are very, very talented, experienced world campers. MCs too, MCs, AV crews. AV crews. Huh? AV crews, I'm so sorry. Yes, MCs, AV crews. If you volunteer to do any help, please, unless you're organizer. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody had a great experience because of these kind people, helpful people. Thank you, volunteers. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to have this great WordCamp. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. We'll have time at the end, but yeah, it's we had about 80 volunteers and more AV crews and MCs combined. So thank you so much. And lastly, I'd like to thank, I'm sorry, sorry, this is a volunteers list. I forgot again. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'd like to thank, okay. Thank you for your feedback. I like that. Okay. Okay. Sorry, okay. I can do it again later. Thank you to everybody who came today. Thank you for all the help, all the feedback, all the warm, kind words. That's why WordCamps are great, because these attendees are so warm and nice. So thank you for making this happen.
All right. So this is not the end. We have a after party today at Long 1919. It's a 15-minute walk from this venue. So if you want to take a Grab or transport, probably 7-minute drive. Please bring your badges. No badge, no entry. So if your badge spoiled or you need to reprint, please do so at the registration desk. When you get into the venue, we will give you tokens for the food and drinks. Please collect them as you get into the venue. And if you need extra tokens, please talk to the organizer. They have a bunch of extra tokens. So if you need more drinks, talk to the organizers. And one more thing, we just serve finger food, snacks, and drinks. So probably you want to grab something before you head to the after party. Share your photos. I saw many of you have taken a lot of photos. If you want to find out all the photos, you want to download all the photos, you can go to this URI. Okay, you got 3 seconds to scan. And finally, we need your feedback, as this is our first ever WordCamp flagship event in Asia. We need your feedback, so please go ahead and fill up the feedback form and let us know what we can improve, what's good and what's bad, so we can do better next time. So before we end, this is a big announcement, so I want to invite our local lead, Nok.
Okay. สวัสดีค่ะยินดีขอบคุณมากนะคะสำหรับทุกคนที่เข้ามาร่วมในงานวันนี้เนาะก็คือรู้สึกดีใจมากที่แบบเห็นคนเยอะอย่างนี้รู้สึกสักเซสมากแล้วก็ขอบคุณทางทีมโลคอลมากนะคะก็โอเคwell good afternoon everyone I hope you all enjoy our WordCamp Asia our the first time. So I think this is the most time that you are all excited. I got a lot of questions from everyone to ask me and come to me, no, what is the next host city? Do you know? So I think it's about time to announcement about the next host city, which is the globalists and the localists. The first one I would like to introduce with the localist, Huang Yi. Please come to the stand. And next is our globalist, John Ang from Singapore. And next is Andy from Malaysia. And the last one is Darwin from Indonesia.
Thank you, No. Yay!
Wow, the first WordCamp Asia ever.
Thank you. Thank you.
Terima kasih.
This took years of community building, lots of inspiration from WordCamp US and Europe, and then about 3 years of pandemic planning. But we got here. We got here. But it's the first WordCamp Asia. How does one ever top that? Thank you, Naoko. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, JC. Thank you, Nok. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Taipei, Huang Yi, what's waiting for us there?
Okay, so in Taipei, I would say it's the massive heaven for foodies. There you can get everything, anything you can imagine to fit your preferences. And does anybody like hot springs? There are hot springs in Taipei. And last but not the least, I dare you, Taipei is a safe place where anyone can walk on the street anytime. Yes.
Nice.
So, speaking about foods, there are various night markets with hundreds of stores with delicious finger foods. Fried chickens, bubble teas, you name it, you got it. And you can eat it all the way on the night markets. You can enjoy it. By the way, and Taipei also known as lesser traffics. You know what I'm trying to say. So, Devin, have you been to Taipei?
I haven't been to Taipei, but I've been to Taichung in Taiwan. And that's why I can't wait to meet the local Taiwanese community, the WordPress community in Taiwan.
Indeed, Devin.
Looking forward.
Indeed, Devin. So actually, the Taiwanese community has been waiting for this for a long time. And yes, that's actually the reason why I like this community, because we came here to build connections, we share experiences, and we enjoy every moment, from organizing team to our attendees. And we really want to bring this back to our local community, and our local community can't wait to share our hospitality with you. Thank you.
So, I cannot wait to get all the speakers, volunteers, sponsors, and all the committee members to the same room again.
So it's been a very amazing 3 days with you all. Thank you, Bangkok. And we'd like to invite you, if you want to join us, the organizing team, to organize the next best WordCamp Asia. Apply now.
So we're going to be around at the after party. If you want to talk about it, if you want to suggest something more, please talk to us there. See you at the after party, and see you in
Taipei.
See you in Taipei.
Taipei.
four of us photo, and then so you're almost free to go, but we like to do a photo from here, right? Before that, photo. Yeah, we like to do the group photo that way. Yeah, right? Sorry. Help me. Yes. We're gonna take photo. Hey, this one. Sorry.
Hello, everybody. You might have noticed me from Contributor Day. We're gonna take a group photo again, but this time we have a different cameraman. So, our organizers, our volunteering team has organized these seatings within these 3 rows. So we don't have to move today, but we're still sitting up. Is it sit up? Okay? For those, yes, can we get 3 or 4 of you to come inside a little bit more? Yes. Yeah, just come in front of us. Right here, you can come in front of us.
Hello there. Remember me? Right. Okay, so those of you at either side of the auditorium, in order to get into the photographer's frame, it'd be great if we could move in from those edge seats towards the middle. The framing of the photograph is such that this floor area is available, and if we do it nice and quickly, we might even be able to use some of the steps here. So, in from the sides, get in the frame. We want everyone's lovely, happy, smiling faces to remember this beautiful moment forever. This is something to capture and savor and show your kids, grandkids, AI avatars that later live in the metaverse. Perhaps the squid overlords that take over from us later on. When they dig up the fossils, they'll go, oh, what a pretty picture that was. And you will be in it, my friends, because you have moved from the edges to the middle of the auditorium for WordCamp Asia 2023. Love you all. God, you're beautiful. All of you. Coming in, guys, coming in. Some more here, that's it, there we go. You guys okay over there at the edge? The anonymity suits you, I can see that. Okay, all good. Okay, we're nearly there, Oh, the anticipation. Good there. We got some spaces up there. There's some seats there if people actually want real seats to sit on. Just there behind that walkway, some nice seats there. Topher, you can bring your posse across, Topher. That's it. P, bring the people, P. That's it. We've got seats. You'll be right in the middle of the best photograph ever. Well, after the blue dot and Saturn's rings.
Sorry. Can I get half of the team of Yoast to move in a little bit more? Sorry, Team Yoast. A little bit more. We're moving the screens. Thank you, everybody, for being cooperative. two of you from WP Developers, you may not be in the frame, so if you want to be in the frame, can you move in a little bit more? Okay, we're gonna take some photos. Okay. You may not know our crew. His name is Atsushi. He's from Japan. He's been taking photos for 2 days. His name is Ryo. He's also from Japan. Been taking photos. So both of them are gonna be taking photos, but just look right here. Don't matter which camera it is. All right. Is everybody ready? All right, count of 3. 3, 2, 1, smile. All right, the next one goes to Atsushi. All right, on count of 3. 3, 2, 1, smile. Good. Let's take one more. All right. As you all know, the WordCamp Asia logo has A in it, and you can make an A with 2 of your hands. Yes, you can make it with 4 fingers, or you can make it with both of your hands like this. It would be nice if you can see all those marks. Got him? Got him? Hey, on count of 3. 3, 2, 1, smile! All right, thank you, everybody. Oh, he's taking 360 if you want to be in the frame. Still smile. All right, let me hand it to Naoko, Sam. Thank you, everybody.
(6:30) at after party venue. 7 p.m. starts. 6:30 door opens. Doing more photos? More photos?
He wants the
Okay, then come up. Let's do it.
Sam, 8 leads photo.
8 please. Organizers, stay if you can. Stay if you can.
Okay.
Organizers, please come up on the stage again. Organizers. Well,